Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good to see you. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, even, depending on the time zone you are. I can see here many of the presenters of the first session. Morning, good afternoon, or good evening, even, depending on the time zone you are. I can see here some echo. I'm hearing many of the presenters of the first session. Morning, good afternoon, or good evening, even, depending on the time zone you are. I can see here echo. Okay. I'm hearing many of the presenters of the first session. Morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Okay, I figured out what it is. Because it's streamed live on YouTube for the audience, and probably that's the reason. So I turned off that one, and hopefully it's better now. Okay, let me first say a few words as according to the program. After that, Dr. Dejan Marolov will say a few words, and we proceed with the first session. Dr. Durata is here; she is chairing the session. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, we gather online today not only as academics but as human beings who share a responsibility toward truth, justice, and peace. History has taught us, yet we seem to forget that war does not bring progress. As Hegel once said, we should learn from the past, but too often we repeat its mistakes. I want to be clear, I condemn all acts of aggression and all war crimes, whether in Ukraine, in Palestine, or anywhere else in the world. We must reject double standards. We cannot denounce crimes when committed by others, yet remain silent when they are committed by those we consider allies. Silence in the face of injustice is complicity. Even international bodies, such as the United Nations, created to safeguard peace and human dignity, are too often suffocated in the name of so-called national interests, interests that rarely serve the protection of human lives. We have to strive for the opposite, to defend life, to protect peace, and to place humanity above politics. As members of academia, we teach critical thinking, but critical thinking loses its meaning if we turn a blind eye to suffering, to mass killings, to genocide. Our duty is to stand firmly on the side of peace always. For over a decade, the European Scientific Institute ESI has supported the concept of peace and peaceful conflict resolution. We organized our first peace conference on World Peace Day in 2014, and since then we have continued this tradition with dedication. We have also initiated special journal editions devoted entirely to peace research, free of charge for authors and fully open access for readers, because we believe that knowledge about peace must be shared widely. The conference today welcomes researchers from 10 countries who will present their academic work on peace and related topics. Their contributions will not only enrich our understanding, but also, we hope, serve as one small step toward dialogue, negotiations, and eventually ceasefire in today's war zones. Today, let us not only exchange words, but also commit to building bridges of understanding, solidarity, and hope. Peace is not an abstract ideal, it is the only path for humanity's survival and dignity. That is from my part. As opening remark, I would like to invite Dr. Marolov now to say a few words.
Hello. So, dear colleagues, friends, also participants, allow me first to express my gratitude for being part of this conference. Today we speak about peace, but when we speak about peace, we are not only referring to the absence of war. We are talking about a vision of cooperation, trust, and respect for the human dignity. Each of us has responsibility to work for peace within own sphere. At the European Scientific Institute, we do this through academia, with research, conferences, and publications. We have always supported international peace, and today, on the occasion of the United Nations International Day of Peace, we reaffirm this commitment. Our message is clear: peace everywhere, without double standards, peace in Ukraine, peace in Gaza, in the Middle East, or in Africa. But peace cannot be achieved through words alone. And we at the European Scientific Institute cannot do it alone. What we are doing today, we do it voluntarily, without financial support. This is why I call you for future cooperation through joint projects, grant proposals, and concrete activities. Only together we can create lasting results. So I wish you a successful conference today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would ask to unmute Dr. Durata Lamcia, an ESI postdoctoral fellow. She will be chairing the first session. I see many of the presenters from the first session. Unfortunately, Dr. Brankica Todorovic, she wrote that she has problem with the internet connection here in chat, as I can see. Durata, welcome, and you can start inviting or check firstly who is here from the first session, and after that they can share their screens.
Hello everyone, and I'm very pleased and feel a lot of gratitude to the organizers to let us express our knowledge and our opinions about this topic that is really important, not only in our studies as scholars, but in our everyday life as people who lived worldwide. I am Durata Lamcia from the Albanian University in Tirana, and I have been a scholar or a student of the European Institute of Scientific Institute from 2024, and we have completed successfully our research visit in the University of Catania, and I find this opportunity to thank everybody for this successful path in research, not only for me, but in the name of all our colleagues. So a short presentation why we can do a conference for peace. We can promote dialogue, we can exchange knowledge and strategies, we can build alliances, not only as scholars, but as human beings. We can raise awareness, we can influence policy in our countries and worldwide, and we can empower communities. The first scholar is Dr. Brankica Todorovic. Brankica Todorovic, Faculty of Contemporary Arts, Serbia, with the article Micro-Credentials as a Form of Advancing Educational Skills. Thank you. The floor is yours, Dr.
Yeah, but she wrote that she has problem with internet.
Okay.
She was here. Now I cannot see her, so you can proceed with this. Second one.
Let's proceed with the second presentation. Dr. Manasvi Patil, MIT World Peace University, India, Peace Program for the Holistic Development of Students. Thank you. The floor is yours, Dr. Manasvi.
Durata, let's firstly check who is here from the first session. Do not invite them if they are not here.
Okay. Maybe he or she is not.
Okay, so
I don't see her.
Okay, your third presentation, you're here.
Yes.
Maria Luisa Pistorio, I see a person from Catania, University of Catania.
Yeah, fantastic. Dr. Maria Luisa.
Flavia Coco is here. Okay, that presentation will be delivered. Sebastian
Daniel
Castillo Salazar, he's here as well.
Okay, fantastic. So let's go to Dr. Maria Luisa Pistorio, University of Catania, Italy, the crucial contribution of clinical psychology to building and maintaining sustainable peace. I'll be the last. It's better.
Hi,
Thank you.
Flavia, can you please turn on your microphone? We cannot hear you.
Okay, now?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, perfect. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. It's a pleasure meeting you to share some reflection between the relationship of clinical psychology and also peace building. I did a PowerPoint. Can I share it with you? Okay.
Yes, do you have an option there to ask share screen so I can approve?
I think that I took the authorization. No, I don't know.
Uh-huh. Can
I
you
cannot do this.
you cannot ask for
No.
screen? Let me check. Oh, the record remove put. Okay, I will make you a host now,
Okay.
and you can share your screen.
Okay, perfect. Okay, this one. Okay. Okay. Everyone can see?
Yes.
Okay. So let's start again. Okay. Okay. So, good afternoon. It's a pleasure meeting you to share some reflection between the relationship of clinical psychology and the activity of peace building. As previously said, when we talked about peace, is not only the absence of war, because for us is more complicated, because it's an acting process linked by the presence of well-being and also the activity of resilience too. So this paper describe the link between peace, mental health, and psychosocial well-being, and the importance of clinical psychology in sustainable peace too. First of all, when we talked about peace, it's important to say that in some environments, such as war crisis or, for example, social war, this can cause deep scars. So, for example, trauma or, for example, post-traumatic stress syndrome can contribute a lot to create some problems linked by their mental health. For example, also children may internalize this and they can put in their everyday life aggression and mistrust. So is need to highlight evidence-based therapeutic interventions such as empathy or nonviolent communication into our process and emphasize the role of mental health in social cohesion and peace. In general, communities that invest in mental health in general becomes less vulnerable to violence and more capable of resilience. Another point is that we must heal the specific wounds into the individual and community point of views, because thanks to this, we can put some effort into reconciliation and also mediations. We can create a space for dialogue facilitations, and also we can rebuild trust. In general, thanks to this evidence-based therapeutic intervention, we can do a lot thanks to the presence of emotional regulation and emotional treatment, and also the presence of active listening. In general, the presence of community resilience is a cornerstone, because groups that improve their self-help and mutual support are better equipped to face future crises without falling back into the spiral of violence. So the development of emotional social skills such as empathy, nonviolent communication, and conflict resolution can be the best idea for a lasting peace. In general, thanks to this, we can do some therapy supports trauma recovery and resilience, to do also an early intervention that can reduce long-term mental health costs too. So healing past wounds, promoting mental health, building resilience are fundamental steps for a more peaceful future. If we truly believe that peace begins with us, psychological support must be integrated into global peace policies. Clinical psychology is put as a mediator in reconciliation processes. In fact, it's very important also the presence of leaders. We believe that leaders or institutions or political decision makers can develop an amount an enormous amount of stress. So it's important to do something to do a prevention of stress or also to prevent burnout. And thanks to this, they can put more effort for a more efficient resolution of the conflict and with more inclusive decisions too. So because of this, it's important to say that peace is built on mental well-being, and also thanks to clinical psychology, we can put better difference between a passive and an active peace. So we can do a lasting peace thanks to the presence of justice and well-being, and not only the only absence of war. So thanks the psychological support, this may strengthen a lot of leadership's community resilience. And investing in mental health means, in general, investing in lasting peace. So, in general, peace can burn only thanks and within us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Could you please make Durata host now?
Yes, I don't know how to do it. I don't know. Okay, I think. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. It was really deepful and really helpful in our everyday experience at school, universities, even in our families.
Yes.
So let's be open to any questions or any comments from our participants. Yes, Dr. Dayan, you raised your, or no, you just clap your hands.
For the presentation.
Yeah.
But still, I have a comment since you already
Okay.
called me. I really agree with you at the part when you said we are lacking of leadership actually nowadays, anywhere in the world. So this is the crucial point also of your presentation. Thank you once again for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other comment or question? Okay, we are waiting for any thoughts. Thank you very much, Dr. Maria, for your presentation. And let's go to the next presentation is Sebastián Daniel Castillo Salazar from Brazil, Mapping Academic Protection in Peace Studies, an analysis of EBEP 214 and CLAPE congresses.
Okay, thank you. I will try to share my screen now. I'm not allowed to share my screen.
Durata, can you please make him a host? Click on the
Participant?
yes, and on the participant, and in the right upper angle there are three dots. You can click there, make a host, because you are a host now.
I can't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's only the chat and pin.
Okay, I will share Sebastian's, and the host isn't allowing. Okay. But you are now host. You should, Durata. There is on the picture of each participant. There are three dots in the right upper angle. When you click, you should have an option, make a host.
In mine is there are only two, chat and pin.
I'm
sorry.
That. Okay, but the point is that let me check. Flavia is still shown as host. Yeah, Flavia, can you please authorize Sebastian?
I don't know how to do it.
Okay, now I can probably do it.
Now it should be fine. I think you can try now and upload the presentation.
Okay. Sebastian, can you do it?
Yes, I'll try. Very cool.
Yeah.
Are you seeing my presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Sebastián Daniel Castillo Salazar. I'm a student of International Relations at the Federal University of Latin American Integration. And today I'll be presenting my research called Mapping Academic Production in Peace Studies and Analysis of the ABEP and CLIVE Congresses. And this project was carried out under the guidance of Professor Ramon Blanco de Freitas and was funded by the Brazilian National Council for Scientific and Technological Development, or CNPq for short. So to begin, I'd like to give you some context about why I chose this topic and why it matters. As you may know, peace studies has expanded worldwide in recent decades, reflecting changes in international politics and demands from societies which are marked by conflict, inequality, and violence. While much of the literature is still shaped by paradigms from the global north, Latin America has built its own spaces for reflection. Among the most important ones regarding the field of peace studies are the Brazilian Meeting on Peace Studies, EBEP, and Latin American Council for Peace Research, or CLIPE. However, systematic studies of the knowledge produced in these congresses remain scarce. So far, we don't really know how they've shaped the intellectual development of peace studies in the region, or how their contributions can be connected to broader academic debates. Therefore, this research addresses a central question, which is, what are the dominant themes and trends in the academic production presented at the web and CLIVE congresses? And beyond that, who are the contributors? Who are the people that are producing this knowledge? So in order to answer those questions, I formulated the following research objectives. The main objective was to map the thematic trends in the academic production presented at EBEP, specifically editions 2 through 6, which were held between 2017 and 2024, and at CLIVE editions 12 through 14 between 2021 and 2025. And as a complementary objective, I also tried to analyze gender participation, and this meant identifying whether contributions came mainly from men, women, or if participation was more balanced in the congresses. So in relation to the methods, this was a qualitative study. I collected data from official programs, proceedings, and other records of the congresses. And in total, I analyzed about 1,000 papers authored by more than 1,700 individuals. Each contribution was then categorized into one of 12 thematic groups, such as conflict resolution, gender, race, human rights, migration, public security, and so on. And I also coded the gender of the authors whenever these were available or could be inferred from names or pronouns. Finally, all the data were organized into spreadsheets and analyzed using Excel pivot tables, which allowed me to compare the themes and the authorship patterns across different editions of these congresses. Finally, to make sure the analysis was reliable, I cross-checked the data with multiple sources whenever these were available. So let's look now at the results, starting with EBEP. Between 2017 and 2024, EBEP gathered 407 works, and the most prominent thematic categories were culture, art, education and communication for peace, public security, violence and crime, and gender, race, and diversity. This tells us that EBEP has emphasized societal and educational approaches, while also addressing very concrete issues of violence and crime, which are pressing concerns in Brazil. And in terms of authorship, EBET had 59% women contributors and about 41% men. And this is significant because it shows a predominance of female scholars even though the balance is a little closer compared to CLIPE, as I will show you in the next slide. So turning now to CLIPE, across the 3 editions that were analyzed from 2021 to 2025, CLIPE brought together about 623 works, and the most represented themes were culture, art, education, and communication for peace, conflict resolution, peace processes and peace operations, and gender, race, and diversity, as well as contemporary and emerging issues. This indicates that these congresses had a broader regional scope, and they were dealing not only with national issues, but also cross-border and emerging challenges. Regarding authorship, women were the majority here as well, with around 64% of contributors. And it is also worth noticing that the participation in these congresses have been growing in the last few years, with the last edition in 2025, which had almost 300 works. That is nearly the double as the previous editions, which had more or less 160 works each. So about the interpretation of this data, first, we can say that both congresses reflect Latin America's specific concerns regarding peace studies. In both congresses, the category culture, art, education, and communication for peace was the most represented, and it shows the strong role of cultural and educational approaches in the region's peace studies. In the case of EBEP, it also emphasized domestic security issues of Brazil, and as well included a number of works addressing the international scenario, where Clive placed more focus on conflict resolution and broader regional challenges in Latin America. There was also a significant predominance of themes like social justice, human rights, and peace processes, and this resonates with Johann Galton's idea of positive peace, which goes beyond the absence of war to include equality and social well-being. Another point that was significant is the high participation of women, which is one of the most remarkable findings of this study, because across both congresses, women made up for more than 60% of contributors. And this is particularly relevant because historically, peace studies and academia more broadly have often been male-dominated. So these numbers suggest that knowledge production in Latin American peace studies is becoming more inclusive and more connected to gender-sensitive perspectives. Third, the growth in participation, especially in the last edition of CLIPE, shows that the field is consolidating in Latin America, and it means that there are more people contributing each year, more topics being debated, and also stronger academic networks being built in the region. Still, there are some limitations. For example, there were some themes like religion and peace, which had the fewest contributions in both congresses. And this shows that although the field is growing, it could still benefit from greater thematic diversification. To conclude, let me highlight the main takeaways. Both congresses are essential platforms for peace studies in Latin America, but EBEP has more of like a national role in Brazil, while CLIPE has become a broader regional arena. It happens in different countries in Latin America, while EBEP usually happens only in Brazil. Also, women made up the majority of authors, which shows progress in the democratization of academic production. And both congresses emphasized themes like communication for peace, gender, and race, while religion remains one of the themes the most underrepresented. And finally, we can also say that peace studies in Latin America is not only consolidating, but also contributing valuable and context-sensitive perspective to global debates on peace studies. There was a limitation of this study, and that is that I could only analyze the editions for which data were available, so earlier congresses could not be included in this analysis. But still, with more than 1,000 works examined, I believe that this study still provides a solid overview of recent trends in Latin American peace studies. So these were the references that I used for my work. And finally, I would like to thank my advisor, Professor Ramon Blanco de Freitas, CMPQ for their support, and also the organizers of this event. And also thank you all for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Waiting for the questions. Thank you, Sebastian, for your presentation. It was really interesting, deep, and an overview for another perspective that all of us maybe don't know so much. In my opinion, this your article is, if it's going to be published, it must be considered as a point of view in our studies, which we can do comparison with our studies in our countries or in our continents. Thank you, Sebastian. A lot of success, and thank you very much for your contribution to this conference. Dear Jovan, how we proceed? May I present?
You're in charge. You can.
May I present? No, I am not sure about our participants. Maybe anybody from the first session is presented, but it's not. Even Dr. Brankica or Dr. Manasvi Patil is not presented.
Manasvi is here.
Is there? Okay.
Yes, I can see him in the audience.
Okay, so you are Dr. Manasvi Patil. You are more than welcome to the floor is yours for presenting your work, Peace Program for the Holistic Development of Students.
We can't hear her.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Yeah, we can see the presentation. Thank you. You can start. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay. So, a very good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Manasvi Patil. So, I'm working as an assistant professor with the Department of Peace Studies, which we have at the Dr. Vishwanath Karad's MIT World Peace University in Pune, India. And my colleague is also there, but somehow he's not able to join in today. He's already into a meeting. So anyways, the title of our, the program that we have, the paper is relating to the peace program for the holistic development of students. So basically, the entire idea, it is whatever I'm representing right now is about the entire curriculum that we have designed from the peace perspective for all the students whoever are taking admission to our university, that is the MIT World Peace University. And any whether he's taking admission, either he's going for engineering course or he's going for his arts, economics, commerce, pharmacy, science background, any course that we undergo at our university, they have to undergo this entire peace program, which is mandatory, which is what credit phase. And it's basically for the overall development, as we are saying, of the students. So it has been designed accordingly. So we're really very fortunate enough to have these illustrations in this, in the contribution of these programs of peace that we have designed. One of them is Dr. Priyanka Partner, and the other one is Dr. Vishwanath Karad himself, who's both of them are holding the UNESCO chair as far as the human rights and the cultural aspect is concerned. When it comes to this, when we designed the program, basically, we thought that yes, when we all talk about peace at the global level, it's something that there is a need that, it needs to start with the children, with the students, it becomes very easier, that understanding, that adaptability is easier to understand these concepts, so that they can integrate these things in their life in the future. What we have basis when we design this program, there is every year rather, there is a kind of a modification which is going on in the field program, and it's not the same that what we had started earlier, way back in 2017, we had started this program. We have seen the differences by the time students passes out or completes graduation of experience years. So when we have designed this program, we have said that yes, science, everybody goes to complete something that we can see. But spirituality is something that we need to understand, experience, and everything. So the base idea behind it was wanted to synthesize or propose to synthesize the program, which is an amalgamation of both the approaches, when we have the Western approach and when the Eastern approach, what the concepts when it comes to peace. Because when it comes to India as a country, we are more inclined towards the spiritual aspect of peace, or say meditation, right? So we are more on the ethical part, the cultural aspect of it. So considering that as well as the Western approach, it is more practical, which is more pragmatic, what we call it as there is some peace as such. So science and spirituality with amalgamation, when we deliver the second reading, this combination of that, it's about peace and the pace that we have, like illness and money and motivation, definitely. It's about technology, which is that as well as the transcendence and the entrepreneurship and the ethics. It's technology, so we having that combination of the other programs. Because when it comes to the Eastern approach and the methodologies that we use, yes, we talk about innocence, we talk about motivation, we talk about peace education, and we definitely try to understand that yes, the problem is not with something or someone, the problem is something which we are forcing it as a problem, which is lies inside us because we are seeing it as a problem. So when it comes to the solutions, it's something that we have to find the solutions within it will work, because I am seeing it as a problem. So actually there are no problems in life because we have the solutions for everything. So transformation of the consciousness, which needs to peace, is something that we also talk to the students about it. When it comes to the lessons approach, it's more on the analysis, the strategic plans that we are having, the mediation policy, the application, the peace policy. The problem lies which is outside, the solutions are very specific. So pragmatic strategies are leading to peace. That is how we are amalgamating the entire curriculum based on that. The combination of that has been delivered to the students. And considering that, we have certain subjects what we call it as the decision and the goals, when it is looking to any of the courses, as I said. One is about the peaceful communication and collaborative human dynamics. When we talk about peaceful communication, we are talking about quantities, we're talking about negative things, we are talking about the structural things which is here. We have these strategies of peace building, things which is being mentioned here. And we have also the human dynamics aspect of it, where we educate the students for relating to the intellectual portion, yes, the physical portion, the spiritual portion especially is now what we focus on here particularly. And then we also talk or we discuss with them about the world famous philosophers, sages, and the great things all across the globe. We've selected certain personalities. So these philosophers, sages, saints, and great things. There are many to discuss outside with the students. We have selected a few every year. It changes, and when we discuss it with the students, and when we're talking to them on these lines, basically when we talk about any philosopher or saint and sage or great thing, there's sometimes a transformation because people based in their life. So we talk about the transformations, why they have taken place, the kind of realization, what was that, the turning point in their life, and the learnings and the teachings in the faith level. Not from the historical background or from the philosophical entire concept as such, or the things existence of spirituality, but it's a combination of both, where we are majorly focusing on the learnings and the teachings of the personality. We also have the philosophy of science and reason and spirituality, where we take the students the entire journey of right from the Big Bang theory to the black hole. That's a science journey. Definitely, that's one thing when it comes to the scientific aspect. The other part which we talk to the students is about the various religions that are there across the globe. which are being followed? How did the evolution of these religions take place? What is spirituality? We discuss more on it and the teachings and the learnings of all the religions. So here we also discussed with them about the ancient Indian scriptures, especially the Vedas, the Upanishads. We also introduced them to the various epics that are there, the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, and yes, the Bhagavad Gita. So that is how we practice the students also religion there. And then we also have this one particular subject which is design, especially when it comes to Indian traditional culture and heritage. So it so happens that students are coming from various backgrounds, study the various courses that have been offered. Most of the time, we are unaware about some of our own cultural aspects or the traditional aspects, that are there. And when it comes to the heritage, we are not much aware about it also. I mean, that is what we have experienced when we interacted with the students. So that is the reason why we came up with this course. When they understand the entire journey of how did this social aspect, the political aspect, the economic aspect, and the heritage and the cultural aspect, how it has evolved over ages, right from how man came into existence to today where we are, how the evolution has taken place, what are the different changes that we get to see, the different innovative techniques that have been introduced. So it's kind of an entire journey which we have taken up here in this particular report. Then we also talk to them about the humanities, ethical, moral, and social sciences. This particular subject, we are focusing majorly on the sustainable development goals. And the basic aim of anyone doing these courses or anyone doing a course, any course, a technical course at MIT WPU, and when he undergoes all these courses, is basically to become professionally, yes, they are independent after the completion of the graduation and all. They are good enough, strong enough to take up a career, a professional career of their choice. And then it's not only about a career or about professional values that one needs to know, but it is also about the ethical and the moral responsibilities and the values that one is already having. But somehow, when how are we amalgamating it when it comes to our professional career as such? That is important. So the ethics part, ethical professionals, I'll put it that way, that is what we aim at. And the sustainable development goal, we all have been talking about it now. It's just about discussion and talking. But in this particular module, we take the children and a part of their activity in the course when marks have been assigned, when they're working actually on the ground level. So we go to various, the rivers, we start cleaning the rivers, whatever the garbage is lying down. Going to the old age homes, to the orphanages. They even spend some time in the villages out of it, wherein they, do some of the tasks of the villagers there, head them out in some of their agricultural practices. So around 5 days, if at all we get an opportunity in one of the villages, we do visit there also. And we stay with them, we live their life, though we are having a kind of life which we're, otherwise living. This is something that, going down and living with the people, villages there, and understanding their day-to-day activities and all. That is also something to be experienced. That's what we feel. So you're talking on one aspect is one thing, definitely, by attending different sessions and other things. But actual groundwork has been done by the children, wherein they realize. So there are various gratitude activities also which we do have in the sections, wherein students they pay gratitude to the security staff, to the the community helpers in and around the campus, in that area and the vicinity. At their home, wherever they're staying, they also help their, pay gratitude to the community helpers. So this is something that we feel that, yes, it's something that is, having kind of a bond or a connection that is being built between the children and it's basically irrespective of any class, faith, religion that you follow. That's what we feel. And that's how they're getting connected and they really are getting that feel. Yes, it's something that we're doing on humanity grounds. So when it comes to scientific studies of mind, matter, spirit, and consciousness, yes, everybody is like into this. They understand, yes, meditation is good. We say, meditation helps us. But what exactly are we supposed to do in meditation? What is the technique of meditation? What is it that, yes, afterwards, once we're done with your meditation, you really feel happy, it's kind of motivating you to do other tasks, you're empowered as an individual, it boosts your energy, you feel happy, it's kind of a bliss, you're peaceful. But then, yes, what is it actually when it comes to the technique of it, the ground reality? What are you supposed to work on when it comes to doing meditation? So what are the different aspects that one needs to work on? So these are being taught to the students, when it comes to the scientific aspect of it. So as far as the modules are concerned, as I said, they are very kind of an amalgamation of both the approaches, the Eastern and the Western approach. And yes, definitely yoga, which is definitely going to help for their self-awareness development, for the physical portion to increase. It is also helping the knowledge of the classical concept of health and diseases also to the relevant to the practice of healthy lifestyle. It is also developing a skill of stress management and enhancing the overall well-being of the individuals. So that's how these different modules are being, designed accordingly, because this entire syllabus, the content and everything has been designed by us only. We all are involved. There is, as I said, there is a panel also who's involved into it, and we all work together from different aspects as to how we can, inculcate these things it's the roots that we need to work on. That's what we believe in. Fine. And when we talk, as I said, at a global level, at a larger scale, yes, they are there. We need to achieve it. We need to work towards it. But that the feeling of, yes, what is my contribution or my responsibility as an individual human being is something that has to be inculcated amongst the students, And that's how we have introduced these courses in it. And we also have the assignments things, which I said some time back. So we give them assignments. There are some group activities, as I told you, when it comes to the assignments, it's something that they need to, brainstorm. I mean, it's not something that readily they'll get an answer or somewhere. It's more on self-reflection, self-thought, your opinion on it, So that's making them think and write something relating to the subject. And we also have something called as the biographic presentations, where students are presenting the different personalities that they can take. Any personality, it could be from any domain. It could be from the sports, it could be from science, research, it could be from maybe music domain, or it could be any personality of their choice, wherein they feel that yes, this personality is something, or someone who has really inspired me, So then they do the presentation of these personalities, and there's one thing that we have kept here, that they need to explain the personality in just 5 minutes, and they have to prepare only 5 slides. So this is also helping them grow professionally, So we are making them work on various aspects. And this film appreciation part. So any movie relevant to the subject is being shown to the students. And when they see this movie or some documentaries we have, we show it to students, but in lots of self-reflection and a thought process goes into it, and they try to understand why this movie, what was the mindset of the personality, because they don't have to narrate the story. The story is something which we've all seen it and they know it, but it's more of going deeper down into it, understanding identification of the emotions, the feelings of the people, what perspective, that has been reflected, because everybody's perspective is different. But what that movie is depicting and what I am perceiving it is something that they need to work on it and write as per their understanding. So this is one thing that we have included in it. And there are various other domains also which we cover into it in the same part. And it's about, as I said, already spoken about spiritual understanding and the knowledge, the universal values and the principles which are there. And they are about the constitution, the laws, the policies which are being defined. They are also being taught upon the management strategies, leadership skills, conflict resolution, management, transformation. So all these things have been taken up in their curriculum. So they are also taught how to manage the conflicts, peacefully. So yes, peacefully, but then what? How? But then you have to, I mean, there are certain techniques which are being told to them, certain tools and techniques, what we term it as, so which are being discussed with the students. Again, the emotional intelligence, yoga and meditation, I've already spoken about it. The empathetic communication skills is something that, we need to inculcate amongst the students, because when it comes to their mindset psychologically, and it's really very difficult to understand what's going on in the minds of the children. Though they're sitting there in the classroom, they're participating it, but then they have got their own different thoughts, on different things. So it's really very, I would say it's very challenging to teach the peace subjects. It might as well teach them a technical subject. It's very easy, the concepts are there, the things are there, and this is what it is. It's a law. For example, science, you're teaching them, it's easy. But when it comes to these subjects of peace, and which is having a very larger platform, or rather we can say a very huge basket that we're having here of the content, as far as the content is concerned, it's really very challenging to explain or teach it to the students, because every lecture doesn't remain the same. It changes. If it's an engineering student, it has to go more on the scientific lines. If it's in arts or commerce, they rely.
Maybe it's the internet problem with Dr. Patil. Let's wait 1 minute more. Maybe it's the better for all of us. Okay. If in any case Dr. Patil is turning in our connection, we're gonna go on with our discussions and comments and evaluation. We thank her about her presentation in the name of all participants. And the last presentation, it's my presentation. May I start? It's, may I share it? No. Okay. It is okay? No.
We cannot see it yet.
Yeah. Okay, let's try once again. Oh, I'm so sorry. Maybe it's the problem with my computer.
You have the authorization to do so, so you can try share it again.
Okay. So.
So it's only the green button at the green button
Yes,
at
the
the
green
bottom.
button, but
Yeah,
it's my computer that is asking my
awesome.
API and
Okay,
something.
take your time.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, take your time.
Maybe I have to present it like this. In today's rapidly evolving global landscape, education holds increasing significance as a catalyst for peace, social justice, and human rights. Armed conflict, forced immigration, systemic inequalities, and climate insecurities have created complex humanitarian and social-political challenges that demand transformative educational response. These challenges call for pedagogical models that go beyond traditional content delivery, emphasizing ethical awareness, empathy, intercultural understanding, and civic engagement. This article explores how education can serve as a foundation for peace building and justice by examining pedagogical practices in both global theory and local application. This study is grounded in critical pedagogy, peace education theory, and decolonial frameworks, which together provide a lens to interrogate dominant knowledge system and reimagine learning as a socially transformative process. The research focuses on the context of Albania, a country undergoing significant educational reforms amid post-socialist transition and the European integration process. Albanian schools represent a meaningful site for studying how global educational ideals are interpreted and implemented within structurally and historically specific conditions. It is used a mixed method research design, which is adopted to provide a holistic analysis. The methodology included a comprehensive literature review of academic and policy work related to peace and justice education, semi-structured interviews with educators, school administrators, and students, and questionnaires distributed across selected schools in Albania to gather both qualitative insight and quantitative data. This combined approach allowed for a nuanced understanding of how educational institutions navigate the tension between global discourses and local realities. The findings offer critical reflection on participatory, trauma-informed, and context-sensitive pedagogical practices, as well as the systemic barriers such as political constraints, curricular limitation, and resource disparities that hinder the wider implementation. By situating the Albanian case within broader theoretical debates, this article contributes to the ongoing efforts to develop inclusive, interdisciplinary educational frameworks that empower learners as agents of peace and justice in their communities and beyond. Let's go to the findings. The first finding, educators are willing, but they are under-equipped, a significant finding in the overwhelming perception among teachers that they lack the necessary training to implement peace and justice education effectively. This gap between expectation and preparation is a primary barrier to transformative teaching. Teachers' perception of barriers. Teachers identified several systemic barriers preventing the implementation of peace and justice pedagogy. Lack of training is the most cited obstacle. The second finding, curricular constraints limit learning. The research highlights the restrictive nature of current curriculum in Albania, which is often seen as rigid and politicized. Over half of teachers cited overloaded or rigid curricula as a major barrier. Sensitive topics are often avoided and teachers are encouraged to stay natural. Some topics, especially about historical injustice or minority rights, are seen as too political to discuss in the classroom, a history teacher in Elbasan cited. This limits the potential for critical discussion and discourages students from developing critical consciousness. The third finding, students seek engagement but lack opportunities. While students express a desire to discuss real-world social issues, they feel the classroom environment is often not conducive to open dialogue. I want to talk about gender equality and discrimination, but we don't have a space in class to do that. A 16-year-old student from Duras. This lack of a participatory space fails to prepare students for active citizenship and conflict transformation. Student perception of the school's role, when asked if their school promotes empathy, civic responsibility, and justice, a significant majority of students reported inconsistent or rare engagement. Only 18% of them feels these values are promoted frequently. 70% report that engagement is only sometimes or rarely. The conclusions. Teacher preparedness is inadequate. Many educators lack the training and pedagogical support needed to integrate peace and justice themes effectively. Rigid, politicized curricula constrain teachers and prevent critical discussion on important social topics. Learners report limited opportunities to engage with value-based education or social justice issues in meaningful participatory ways. What do we recommend? The first recommendation is about empowering educators. Create ongoing trainings, program in critical pedagogy, trauma-informed approaches, conflict resolution, and dialogue facilitation. Increase investment in resources, design and disseminate culturally relevant, trauma-sensitive teaching materials and toolkits that reflects Albanian history and identity. The second recommendation is about reforming the curriculum. Advocate for a flexible curriculum. Introduce flexibility to allow for the inclusions of local histories, diverse cultural perspectives, and contested social issues. Remove political restrictions. Foster a curriculum that empowers learners to question, to critique, to engage ethically with social justice challenges rather than silencing critical discussions. The third recommendation, foster student engagement. Promote active learning methods like dialogue circles, service learning projects, and student-led initiatives to build empathy and civic responsibility. Foster inclusive and safe school environments. Implement restorative practice and conflict-sensitive communication to build trust and reduce marginalization. Strengthen community engagement, connect classroom learning with real-world social transformation through partnership with local organizations. The vision for the future. The findings emphasize the urgent need for educational reforms that move beyond superficial approaches toward holistic, context-responsive, and participatory pedagogies. Through this multi-layered intervention, the Albanian education system can transform to nurture critical, compassionate, and active global citizens. These citizens will be equipped to address contemporary challenges, contributing to sustainable peace and social justice at local, national, and global levels. Thank you for your attention. If it is any question or any comment, you are welcomed.
Thank you for your presentation. Very good notes at the end and conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, as we see from the schedule, our first session presentations has come to an end, but we can discuss or we can answer any questions that is quite ready to go on. In fact, I had a comment for Dr. Patil, but she is not anymore here. Yes, she is.
Yes,
Dr. Patil, may I ask you a question, please?
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Does this philosophy of peace resonate with practices in pre-university classes, in pre-university grades? Does it resonate, or is just given in universities for professors or future teachers?
These basically it's more on teaching to the children, to the students. So we are teaching them the theoretical aspect, yes, whatever is there as far all these philosophical aspects are concerned. But then when it comes to the, as I said, we are again amalgamating the actual scientific approach, which is there along with the philosophy. So it's kind of in when we say that yes, we are coming, we are a part of nature, we individuals, we are a part of nature. And then where has science come from? Where has innovation come from? So it has also evolved through nature. So it's kind of an amalgamation, or we tell them that yes, it goes hand in hand. So the practicalities have been taught to the students also. So we are teaching them that also. And for teachers of our professors of our university also, we have different sessions based upon the age groups then accordingly. So we do conduct different meditation sessions. We tell them how they're supposed to do it and things
You
like
have to
that.
understand me, because that kind of reflecting Western and Eastern philosophy is just maybe and between us. So I'm sorry for a concrete another question. I can understand how we can deal in a educational physics class with the meditation or yoga. How can we match this philosophy in a classroom of maths or English?
Yeah.
Please. It's
Yeah,
a
sure.
curiosity in a pedagogical standard.
Sure, definitely. When it comes to mathematics, it's more of the mind has to be creative. It has to, basically, it's all a mind thing, like, how you're calculating, how you're thinking, your thought process, basically. So when it comes to mathematics or statistics, especially, you can't say, okay, I give you this problem and you solve it immediately. It's not that everyone in the class would be able to solve a particular problem that I give them. Some can, they cannot. If it's the first lecture early in the morning, they can do it. But if it's post lunch, the energy is already drained out. So mentally, the mind is not stable, to take up these things or to do it. So that's why we feel that if they have that entire peacefulness in, as far as the inner peace is concerned, if that is maintained, ultimately whatever things come their way, they can be able to do it. That energy will be maintained at the same time. So that is what actually happens. So your creative mind to work constantly, you need to work on your inner self also, because there are ample number of thoughts which are going on in the mind, like, and it's mostly of either the future or the past. So to make them or bring them in the current state or present state, and do some activity which has been given to them. So even if it's physics for that matter, or if it's even mathematics, any engineering course also we can think of. So that's how we tell them or teach them, because I myself, even I'm an engineer, so I've done my master's in ENTC, electronics and telecommunication. Then that's where I felt, this that's fine. I mean, technically anybody can do it. We can do it. We can get the knowledge. But when it actually comes to implementation, so then I had this inquisitiveness, and then I learned this MA philosophy also later. Then did my master's again in peace and Gandhian studies, because of these inclination of understanding these things, because there are challenges. As I said, I myself faced a challenge wherein they said, you're an engineer, how can you do this course, or you change your domain to this piece, this is not going to lead you anywhere. It's only in our university. It's not found anywhere else. But then I took it as a challenge. Yes, fine, I'm an engineer, but then it's something that I wanted to work with the children even if out of those 60 class, students, or say 30 class of a student, even if I'm able to change the mindset of even one student, with this thought process or this curriculum, it's something that we've achieved, because this is as such, when it comes to peace, it's an ongoing process. Lots of work needs to be done. And as the students, even I feel that it's they who are to be, their minds need to be trained, basically. The elders, it's really difficult, challenging at times.
It's a practice to even the preschool classes in all over the classes or schools in your country, or it's separated in public schools only or private schools that came up with this philosophy? How it's this reality?
This is a private university of ours who has come up with this entire curriculum. So we are not offering this in any of the schools, even if you check it anywhere. As such, the peace courses, a part of engineering, you will not find it anywhere across the globe, I feel. Whatever we have done the analysis, we've not found it anywhere else. So we are having this, even the master's course of peace studies that we are having, and the PhD in peace studies that we are conducting at our end, it's having a combination of both. So master's course is also having this philosophical little bit of aspect, traditional aspect, and yes, the conflict part, yes, it's there. So that's how we have worked on the entire curriculum.
It's very interesting and quite new for me, at least, this kind of, let's say, philosophy of pedagogy. Of course, in Western world, there are IB schools or Montessori practice that are the student involves action, collaboration, mixed philosophies to go on and be prepared in the world. But this philosophy for me is not only new, but condensed in a new approach towards the pedagogy. Thank you, Dr. Patil, for your contribution and your explanation. Thank you very much. If it is any other question or comment, please. I can say also, even we are from Western and Eastern civilization, you have a lot of in common with Flavia, with her presentation, because everything she said about the psychological work that we are going with students or other peoples go through meditation, yoga, or another therapy that is not called therapy in a scientific term, but it goes in the process as helpful for better results as people in the first ground, and then as students.
Yes, I think the same. Before I thought the same thing, because we share the same steps in general, the steps of mediation, reconciliation, thanks to the approach of empathy, for example, and in general, non-violent communication. I think that are the main steps that we can share together into a lasting peace.
So our session with this discussion has arrived at the final steps. I wanted to thank everybody, every participant in this session. Your contribution is with a very valuable for everybody of us and the people who are following us in YouTube. So maybe we are on time or a little bit earlier because one of the participants was missing. So let's go in our
20 minutes break, I guess, until 1:40. And we can't offer coffees, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah.
We have the coffee, and let's think that we are together in our coffee. So we're gonna begin on time in 30. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. See you in quite 20 minutes.
Thank you
very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you again.
Good
I hope
afternoon.
your coffee was good. But yes, we are here at the second session of this conference. Thank you again for the organizers for having invited us in such an important discussion from different perspectives. And thank you for the speakers and presenters that are here in the panel. I see this panel, which is called Philosophical, Cultural, and Social Dimensions of Peace, should be 5 presenters. And except myself, I see here we have Dr. Lamara. Yes, nice to meet you. Dr. Saima. Yes.
Yes.
And I checked to see if there is anybody else. Maybe they will come. In any case, we start by saying that each of us have 10 minutes for the presentation. And I have this opportunity to start this session. So thank you very much, the organizers again. I have this privilege. So I will introduce myself. My name is Diana Svetlana Stoica. I'm a postdoctoral fellow, let's say. I'm an independent researcher, and I'm associated at the Ubuntu Center for African Studies in Timișoara, Romania, and I live in Hungary. My topic is related to African philosophy of movement, and I would like to share my presentation, if it is possible. In order for us to be... Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So the idea was to consider if in the context of today, we can think of peace as not only something that is given to us, but something that we have to rename and reinvent. So find the new definitions for peace. And I try to do this from the perspective of African repositories. Why? Because we know that in African studies, we talk a lot about identities, about decolonization, about movements. So I think I think and I thought and I saw in the narratives that this is very important for discussing about peace and about situations where failures in the diplomacies should not bring more insightful impact into our international relations. So we have to redefine something which is, in my objective, was to redefine the naming of the peace. Now, my methodology, do you see the slides that are going on? Do you see the slides flowing? Oh, I hope so. So my methodology is, of course, a desk analysis, because in this kind of in philosophical questioning, it is not really possible to do other type of methods, use other type of methodologies than the qualitative ones. But I also try to integrate reflections in a multidisciplinary way, because when I study the narratives of African analysts, for example, I look also in how do they talk about some issues from the point of view of economics, politics, cultural studies, and so on. That is why for my study, which started it's quite new to link the idea of peace on the idea of movement, and this is why it's a work in progress. But I focused on 3 directions. The idea of peace as an oriented motion towards the realization of dreams of wealth and good life. And in this case, we can talk about how peace is related to other links, and it can be an utopia. The interdependency, which is the movement as action towards the reestablishment of a particular order that might result in feelings of freedom, security, and peace, which is, of course, the ideals and that we all have, and the movement as decolonization as knowledge and being, which is very present in the narratives of African analysts. So the new perspectives in independence, peace, work, justice, and progress, as it was recalled in the discourse of Amilcar Cabral. Now, regarding the first direction, the oriented motion, we see now, and it was recalled by Africanists and African analysts, that the line between war and peace is being blurred, and it is the statuses of peace and war is something very illusory. War is not exactly the same in all parts. We have different type of wars, and we have different type of peace statuses. Now, what was important in the discussion between these, it was that from the discourse of Amilcar Cabral, there is always important to bear in mind that when a war is fought, this is not a war only for the ideas. So here, analysts have recalled us that all what is happening in our contemporaneity, as well as in the past it happened, is all related to the resources, all related to things, all related to possession, and all related to the difficulty to establish the equilibrium. So no claim is easy to manage. In this case, everybody has actually focused on how peace itself is a utopia, and how democracy and freedom of movement together with the term of peace is a utopia. And from this, we have all the questions, all the discussions about the reactions, the identity that came up with the issue of peace, because the question of recognition. So all these questions that were important: the African recognition, humanity recognition, leading to the human rights recognition, and the right to access. And regarding to the right to access, it is based on the fact that from the very beginning, the African philosophy of movement was regarded from analysts and from the content analysis based on coding also, was based on three main ideas: on the ideas of to move or not to move, not be obliged to move where you don't want to move, or to be obliged to or to be free to remain in the place where you are, was linked to the use of knowledge or not use of knowledge of the others, and linked to the right to access, which was linking both ideas of to move, not to move, or to know and not know in the sense of use of knowledge. This conversation went there to the second focus, the interdependency. Because in this we have the conversations, of course, of Mbembe, but based on Kant, on the perpetual peace of Kant, and on Foucault, who said that the guarantee of perpetual peace is therefore actually commercial globalization. So thinking of this commercial globalization, again, the idea of freedom of movement came to join the idea of peace, and the idea of peace in the external, related to the external market, related to the borders, related to the limits, related to all the rights. In this case, the African analysts propose majoritarily to base the reflections and everything in the international relations on Ubuntu and Ubuntuism, because when they talk about peace, they do not actually think of peace as a concept, as a distinct concept that doesn't have anything to do with others, but is like an adjective. It's like a peaceful struggle. They talk about peaceful struggles, about peaceful representations and peaceful relations. And this is very important to consider also the idea of relationality that is very present in the African analysts. Now, to go further, not to lose very much time, the movement as decolonization, again, is very important, the movement and peace as a decolonization. Because, as Walter Rodney said, colonization usurps any free role in either war or peace. So people do not have neither the freedom to consider their peace as it is, to consider it peace. So this means that we turn back to the analysis, very good analysis and presentations of the first panel, when psychology and education is very important, because primarily the first role of the people, of the individual here, is to understand and frame in a better way the peace. Because lastly, the individual is there to negotiate, for example, the peace worldwide. So the need for colonization, for decolonization of the mind, of being, of resources and epistemologies. These are narratives that are very often reflected. And from this, the decolonization of rights, because the human rights were considered very Western. So from an African point of view, it was the will of the powerful to consider what is the human right and what is not. Of course, they are all based on ethics. And of course, the ethics are something that show the commonality of the humanity. There are not different ethics. But in this case, it is important to consider how Africans consider that there is the importance of interpretation of the discourse of peace, in order for the discourse of this peace not to be used as a tool of control, as it was used, including the idea of democracy, which failed and is critically analyzed nowadays. Although it is also worshipped, to say like this, it's a very fundamental. So to go further, what was also relevant and important was this political realism that characterized what African analysts considered about the idea of reforming. Some parts of the Africa were reformed in a peaceful way, not with fights. But there were also many other places that had to use force. So in this case, we have, for example, in Fanon, the book The Wretched of the Earth, where he actually justifies that no peace can be done without fighting. So this is what we have to reconsider nowadays, because we see around us also situations where maybe the positionings, the positions could be pertinent if we look on one side or another side. So how do we equilibrate this, and how do we integrate our idea of peace in order to realize a common version of the peace? So the reflection is that peace would not signify only the absence of armed conflicts, but the full realization of movement ideals, like the freedom of movement in the sense of migration fixation, but also the freedom of our epistemologies, the freedom of knowledge, and the opportunities for the advancement of people in any and all of the communities, because we have seen this in the African narrative also, that they were actually preoccupied not only on the recognition of the African, but also on the recognition of a humanity which was already there, but was not recognized, because the Western powers wanted, the global North wanted to shape it and name it in a special way. So this would be the perspective that these shapings and these namings have to be decolonized. So what would be to do as a conclusion? The community of researchers, us, I hope all, and I see that all we are doing this and we are doing steps to do this. We have to harmonize the interpretations. We have to help actually not only the research community, but also the governments and the institutions and the authorities to contribute to this harmonization. And then through also education, because it was a debate in the last panel. So thank you so much. The invigorating access mentality, the mentality of reinstating the equilibrium, and not only making, keeping, or building, but creating and defining the peace building, defining how can we build this peace in international relations, which is very important, is the meanings onto negotiation and restoration and healings. And what I would like to tell you about, for example, from African Tales, there was a story about a fighter who had to negotiate with the dragon, and the dragon wanted 10 maidens, and the father of the negotiator gave him an advice. You have to only say no. So it is very important. This Soninke is a Soninke tale, because at the end the fighter actually succeeds in giving the beta dragon only one maiden instead of 10 maidens, because he always said, the dragon said, give me 10, and he said no. Give me 9, he said no. So the idea was that he just went to keep his mind, to keep the same idea, but not give explanations. So we have to reflect on this when trying to consider negotiations. Thank you very much. So, yes, thank you. If you have questions, I am very happy to reply to you, because we have the session of questions right after the presentation. So I hope, yes, I was a little bit off the time. Yes. Are there any questions?
Well, I would like to ask a question, if you don't mind. Thank you very much for this wonderful journey that you have offered through Africa, and some perspectives, some philosophical perspectives of average African people of peace. But my question would be, if you had time to research, because Africa is a huge continent, through different communities, if you had a chance just to perceive how an average African perceives peace, like if you mention this concept to an average African, so what comes first? Like what psychological associative cultures, so clusters they build? Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you for this question. It's very challenging, because, as I told you before, it's the first time on the occasion of this conference that I tried to connect and look more insight into the concept of peace. And as I did not do interviews on this, but I've managed to do interviews on the perspectives on movement, I can tell you that in my opinion, and from the few results that I have, peace is, first of all, some sort of possibility to some sort of individualism, some sort of peace is that I am where I want to be, and I have the means to live my life in wealth, and if possible without discrimination, and with all my rights guaranteed. But of course, it's a very individualistic look. I mean, more on the analysts, you can see that actually peace could be not only development or advancement, but could be some integration, as I said in the presentation, the healing of the past and the possibility to get along with each other, which is rather difficult in some contexts. So I think but it's very interesting that you have asked me, and it will be like an inspiring project. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for the answer.
Are there any questions? Because if not, I will have to move, and I will invite the second speaker, Dr. Saima Aryu. Please, the floor is yours. Okay, now it's okay.
I think that you can see my slides. So
yes, we can
thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for giving me the space, and thank you, the ESG team, for giving me the platform. And welcome you all who are listening me from different time zone. It is Dr. Saima Arju from Bangladesh. I am a professor of Stanford University, Bangladesh. So today my topic is a bit different than the other speakers whom I have heard so far. And it is the moments that moved millions, how words from real-life incidents gain virality and cultural significance in the discourse of social justice and human rights. So a few years back, Bollywood film released that is known as the Chennai Express. In that film, one of the dialogue became very much viral. And that dialogue was delivered by the hero Shah Rukh Khan, and that is that don't underestimate the power of the common man. Here we see a photograph that is Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, one of the prominent politician of Bangladesh. And when he delivered his speech on 7th March 1971, as a part of his speech, he uttered this statement. And from this statement, the word or the phrase that is none can suppress us, that is picked up by the Bangladeshi people. And every now and then, the Bangladeshis still now using the same phrase for even their daily conversation. The other two photographs are, very much these two persons, Nelson Mandela and Bill Gates. And they are famous quotations, that is that it always seems impossible until it is done, or Bill Gates is always searching for a lazy person for doing the work. So these are all the famous peoples, and they have thousands, millions of followers. So their speeches would go viral within a moment. But we, the common people, we also deliver so many statements every day, but where do they go? Do they vanish as soon as we deliver them? So actually, it doesn't. It happens because of the digital platform. Sometimes our voices, the voices from the ordinary people, that also go viral. And that also go viral. And we see that nowadays in the digital platform, people are sharing thousands, millions of video each day, and very few of them they become viral. And among that few number, there are very small in number of those we find that they can attract our attention for a longer period of time. In the post-COVID situation, as we have seen, that our dialogues are always concentrating around the issues like social justice, human rights, sustainability, etc. And the social media becomes the platform of expressing resistance, solidarity, claiming human rights and peace. And therefore, if we find any discourse or any dialogue that comes from the marginal groups, and then if you find that gets viral, in that case, obviously it deserves the critical attention. For this purpose, from this perspective, I have chosen this objective for today's presentation, and my objectives are to explore how ordinary people's emotional utterances during two recent moments of crisis in Bangladesh go viral on social media and become symbols of justice and empathy, and to show how these utterances are recontextualized online, shaping public emotion, solidarity, and resistance. For collecting my samples, I have used Facebook. It is because in Bangladesh, Facebook is the most popular platform of social networking. Until July 2025, it has been seen that about 70.3 million people are active on the Facebook. And the people are using Facebook because of expressing their opinions, they're posting their profiles, community building, sharing crisis, news, etc. And for this purpose, I have selected 4 discourses that has been collected from 2 incidents, recent incidents of Bangladesh. One is the July 2024 and August 2025, that in the inset I have also put the name of it. The first case or the first discourse or the statement that have picked up, that is, if you could not give him a job, then don't, but why did you kill my son? This is an utterance of a mother. And this is the utterance of the mother of this gentleman whose name is Abu Said. And Abu Said is the student of Begum Rokeya University of Bangladesh, and he was martyred during the July 2024 revolution at his own campus. At that time, students were protesting to abolish the quota system maintained by the government social service, the Civil Service Commission, which disappropriatingly facilitated the families of 1971's freedom fighters. The agitation created by between the students and the government, and the students in the absence of the sustainable resolution, the authorities deployed police and army forces to suppress the protest. So Abu Said, who stepped forward and invited the police to shoot upon him, and unfortunately, he was shot down and died. And whenever his dead body was brought to his house, then his mother was lamenting in a loud voice, and the mother's speech was recorded, and also it was circulated by the media channels. Her grief-stricken utterances were soon picked up on the social media, widely shared and viewed, and quickly become emotional resistance on human rights ground. And later on, we find that the Abu Said's picture with his mother's utterances are placed in different as a different posters, even in the graffitis on the roadside. It has also been shared internationally, and this is the picture that is taken by Indonesian TV channel, where the Indonesian people also use the Abu Said pictures for celebrating their own resistance against the government. My second case is a very simple utterance, and it is just like this: does anybody need water? And this also happened during the 2024 July incident, when on 30th July, students blocked road at Uttara Dhaka. Mir Mukto, the guy's name, a student of Bangladesh University of Professional, was seen distributing bottles of drinking water among the protestants, repeatedly calling "Pani lagbe pani" or "Does anybody need water?" In the midst of this act of solidarity, a bullet struck his head and he died on the spot. The news of his death spread across social media faster than the bullet itself. Very soon, Mukta became a symbol of life, selfless giving, an image of offering water, quenching thirst, a blessings to the struggling Protestants. So soon we find this is the posters that are made after Mukta, and here the roadside graffiti you find. And later on, we also see that drinking water production company use the image or utterances of the person in their logo. My third case is another statement, and it is that they are my children too. They are my children too. How could I leave them alone and just walk away? This utterances comes from a tragic aircraft accident that occurred on August 14, 2025 at Ashulia, Dhaka. On that day, a training aircraft crashed onto a school building of Milestone School while classes were going on. The crash triggered the massive fire, leaving the children terrified and trapped inside. Amid this chaos, Mihirin Chaudhary, a brave and dedicated teacher, stood amid the flame, risking her own life. She entered one of the classrooms where several students were trapped. With extraordinary courage, she pushed out at least 20 children of third grade from the blaze, ensuring their safety, even as her own body was engulfed in flames. Later, 98% of her body burned. She was taken to the hospital in a critical condition. At ICU, when her husband asked why she had taken such deadly risk, in reply, she uttered this statement: "They are my children too. How could I leave them alone and just walk away?" This utterance soon went viral across grief-stricken social media platform nationwide. Mehrin was celebrated as an angel, a mother of light, and who not only enlightened the children with knowledge, but also protected them at the cost of her own lives. And then the next or the last case that I have chosen, that is also taken from the same incident. And this fourth utterance also emerged from the Milestone School tragedy on August 14, 2025, and became a powerful symbol of true friendship. Following the incident, a story circulated widely on Facebook walls, often captioned with the line, "Every time I read this, I am amazed. This is what true friendship looks like." It is a story that is shared by the Facebook poster that is, according to this post, after the aircraft crash and fire, and one surviving student returned to the burning classroom to rescue one of his injured friend. A firefighter tried to stop him with a warning: "There is no use. Your friend will definitely die." Despite the danger, the student went in and brought his friend out alone. When the firefighter saw the lifeless body, he said, "I told you it was pointless. Then he is dead." But the student replied, "No, sir, it was not truly meaningful. When I reached him, he was still alive. My friend looked at me and smiled and said his last words, 'I knew you would come.'" The story, though heartbreaking, spread rapidly on social media under hashtags like #milestones, #milestone college, #the tragedy, inspiring thousands for many, and utterances become timeless testament of loyalty, courage, and depth of friendship. So here you see, this is the real incident, and the others are the poster that was made and circulated by the Facebook users. So here I am sharing with you the quantitative data that why I am saying the utterances are viral. It is because the least views of these utterances is 1.7K, and the highest views is the 71K. So that you see that how many people have shared it, seen it, and feel about it. So now it is the time why I say that, why I claim that this viral utterances or discourse has got the significance of in the discourse of peace. It is because for this purpose, I have used here the ideas and the theories from different perspective. And here, the first one is from the Shipman, And he said that the ordinary voices can reach global audiences within hours, especially when it's expressed emotionally charged situation. And Shipman also says that a viral dialogue must have two quality. One is the internal authenticity. That means the individual's connections with the community, and another is the external authenticity. That means the credibility or the verifiable truth. Again, Michel Foucault, he said that whenever we try to understand any discourse, we must understand the context in which it was delivered. So through this lens, if we look into the incidents that I have shared just before, then my case one is not just a mere cry, losing a son of the mother, but an effort to challenge the authority and the state. My case two is not a simple query that nobody or anybody wants water. It is, if we think about the historical context, and then we could recall that it is a call from a volunteer. It is a call from a saver who provide water to the thirsty soldiers. And then Roland Barthes, according to him, that whenever a statement, simple statement turns into a myth, it has some quality. And the qualities are denotation and the connotation. Denotation means the simple meaning, and connotation means, the culturally and then ideological loaded meaning. And he also, to define his conception, he uses the idea of symbol signifies, sign, signifier, and signified. So if we look into my first case through this lens, in that case we can see that because of Abu Said, the meaning has been changed of the picture. And whenever we see this kind of picture later on after the Abu Said event, then we can relate the event with the Abu Said incidents, which change the traditional meaning of a similar picture that we typically use for showing the direction of the east, west, north, and south. But we people of Bangladeshi, now we do not look into such picture with the same meaning. If we to look into the case 2 and case 3 with the same lens, then we find that because of the recontextualization, the sign of empathy, these cases has got the sign of empathy and moral accountability. They bring us back whenever we recall about the word of how could I live them, or I know that you would come. That every time that make us recall about the incident that is full with that's heartbreaking, and that move us with empathy and love. So these utterances thus operate as cultural markers carrying ethical and the political significance beyond their immediate context. And if we look into this discourse with the critical discourse analysis CTA, in that case, we have to look into it through the lens of normal fair law. And according to normal fair law, if we want to analyze and discourse, we have to use we have to dissect it into 3 levels, that is the textual levels and discursive practice and the social practice. So if we look into the textual description, we find the mother's lament, why did you kill my son? It is actually a contrastive structure. It has the contrastive structure, that is the job versus life. Again, does anybody need water? This simple statement become powerful metaphor of care and solidarity. And then there are also my children that also transforms the maternal language into universal claim, extending kinship beyond the biological ties. Whereas the number 4 of case that becomes the final word of the friend that gives us the touch of the friendship into the moral truth. So if we look into the social practice or explanation, then we find that because of this lens, that all the cases that I have used, that becomes the narratives of the inequalities, compassion, sacrifice, and care. And then let us look into the thing at the cases with the ideas of affected publics, the digital activism. with the if we use the concept of Gigi Paparazzi, and according to him, any digitally public items that can be justified with the emotion over reason, fluidity and fragmentation, connectiveness, and the personal as political. So here we see that the cry of the mother, no more is a private mourning, then it becomes a public symbol of resistance. In the case 4, it elevated the individual teacher to the cultural symbol of maternal sacrifice, moral reflection, and peace building. And the case 4 that provides the example of the solidarity and faith. And the recontextualization of the utterances into the post, hashtags, memes, and the graffiti that transform the dialogues into of loyalty into collective affirmations of trust and shared humanity. So all these things, all these ideas help us to come to the findings. That is the viral utterances are not the momentary news. They must have the emotional resonance, and if they have the emotional resonance, in that case, the simple utterances could be changed into symbol of resistance, and it may have the lasting meanings. So that also remember us the Saturnian Truth, who was very much known for his emotional and intellectual force. And again, that also let us to recall the first dialogue, that is, we cannot undermine the speech of the common man. So with this idea, this study leaves some idea for the pitch builders, the world leaders, in this way, that the species not built by force, but by empathy, solidarity, and moral responsibility. For global leaders, the study carries a powerful message. True authority is not measured by military might or political dominance, but by the willingness of protect, care, and act of selflessly for others. So this from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This was a very, very interesting and rich presentation. So I congratulate you for this.
Thank you.
With a very important conclusion. Do you have questions for these presentations? I open the floor directly for this. I mean, it was a very, very interesting and very well documented from different perspectives. And if there are no questions, I would just...
I want to ask a question, if you permit me.
Yes, sure.
Am I
please.
audible to you?
Yes.
I want to ask one thing from the presenter. She talked about the movements that moved millions. How words from real life incidents gain. Okay, that is good. But I want to know what was the position of the minorities at that particular moment of time when all these things were happening. So we read in several particular newspapers and rather that the minorities were specifically targeted by the fanatic groups at that time. You didn't mention all that thing in that. You talked about only one particular aspect.
Yes, this is the limitation of the study. And if I could use the speeches from the minority, then it will have a rich impact, of course. And later on, whenever I enhance the paper, I must include them. But there is a group of people of our country, they're out of the social media. So it's not possible for me to gather their ideas as well. And during that time, that is the July incident in our country, almost in every cities, the Wi-Fi connection was limited. And we just waited for a few hours when the Wi-Fi will arrive and we will see the news. So that was another limitation, and that is why we missed some of the impact from the minority group.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you satisfied with the reply?
Somewhat, not totally.
Yes, of course, there could be a lot of discussions because the limitations on working on Facebook are very much, but I don't know the context actually, but from the point of view of using this kind of research is, I understand, very challenging. So I understand it was difficult. So are there other questions relating to this specific presentation, or maybe we can have at the end some time. So meanwhile, I will give the floor to Dr. Lamara Kadakidze from Georgia. Please, the floor is. Dr. Lamara, you are muted. You are muted.
Sorry. No, I'm sorry. So can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can
Okay.
see the.
All right, and can you see my my presentation on the screen?
Yes, we can see it.
All right, thank you very much. So good afternoon, everybody, once again. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Lamara Kadakidze. I'm a Doctor of Education Sciences and an affiliate professor at Caucasus University, Georgia. And today I will share insights from my research on digital disorientation and the quest for inner peace in Georgia. So I'll be as quick as possible. The presentation is organized into several sections. The displayed outline exposes each, and to guide you through my talk, I will begin by introducing the problem of peace in the digital age. I will then briefly review existing scholarship, present my methodology, share the main findings, and finally discuss their implications for peace and resilience. So in a digital era, peace must be understood more broadly, not only as the absence of conflict, but also as the preservation of mental clarity, ethical stability, and resilience against constant digital pressures. So this way, I guess I'm resonating the previous speakers presented in the session. Georgia represents a society in transition, balancing inherited cultural norms with rapid digitization. This makes it a revealing context for studying how digital ecosystems affect peace of mind. The study aimed to explore how different generations perceive and cope with digital influence, focusing on peace of mind and ethical orientation. As for methodology, we used a mixed method design, 180 surveys, 12 interviews, and FCQCA analysis to capture causal complexity of the survey. The survey revealed high digital use, widespread emotional strain, and significant ethical confusion. Many participants have in doubt whether peace of mind is possible in a digital world at all. 38.4% of them reported spending 6 hours and more daily on digital platforms. In parallel, 87.8% of respondents use social media frequently or very frequently. Emotional strain was also widespread. A total of 75.4% reported experiencing emotional stress from online content at least sometimes, while 58.4% had attempted digital detox strategies to restore peace of mind. Notably, 45% were unsure whether mental peace was possible in the digital age. Looking at our survey data, we see that a significant number of participants experience emotional exhaustion. 60% report feeling overwhelmed by digital media, and over 67% feel mentally fatigued after spending time online. Similarly, about 66% notice increased anxiety or stress when they spend more time online. Only around 43% feel that they can maintain inner peace despite constant media exposure, only 43%, showing just how pervasive this emotional strain can be. But the effects go beyond emotion. Many participants also report moral disorientation. Over 75% believe that social media distorts traditional cultural or ethical values, and nearly 79% feel that online platforms promote superficial lifestyles or materialism. More than 70% express difficulty distinguishing right from wrong. And a similar proportion think that people care more about popularity than morality. Clearly, digital media is reshaping not only our emotional landscape, but also our moral compass. The quantitative responses add depth to these numbers. Participants describe feeling drained, anxious, and swept along by the relentless flow of digital content. One young participant said, "Every time I scroll, I feel like I'm losing energy, but it's constant noise in my head." Older participants reflected on moral confusion, with one noting, "I can't explain to my grandson why something is wrong anymore. Morality feels optional now, yet there are adaptive strategies emerging as well. Some turn off their phones regularly, maintain offline rituals, or discuss troubling online content with friends to regain balance. In summary, our findings show that while digital media connects us in unprecedented ways, it also challenges emotional stability and ethical clarity. People are feeling both stressed and morally disoriented, but they are also developing coping behaviors to protect their inner peace. This emphasizes the importance of mindful engagement with digital platforms and the need to support strategies that restore balance in our increasingly connected lives. The FCQCA analysis showed that coping strategies and moral clarity are decisive. Screen time alone does not determine stability. What matters is how individuals manage digital overload. This findings highlights that cultivating peace today requires attention to digital ethics, psychological resilience, and intergenerational understanding. Inner clarity forms the foundation for broader social stability. In the 21st century, sustaining peace is not merely about preventing conflict, but about fostering mental clarity and resilience amidst the challenges of our digital world. While our study focuses on Georgia, similar patterns of moral disorientation and desanitization are evident globally. For instance, in the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk in the US, the perpetrator radicalized online targeted Kirk with deadly intent, demonstrating how extremist content and echo chambers can shape real-world behavior. Equally alarming were the social media reactions. Under announcements of Kirk's death, thousands of users, many young, reacted with laughter or celebration, posting over 60,000 haha responses, with some openly expressing satisfaction. Similarly, in the murder of Irina Zarutska, a 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee in the US, bystanders on a public bus failed to intervene or assist, allowing the perpetrator to act with impunity. This tragic indifference reflects how social and moral desanitization can manifest not only online, but in everyday human interactions, revealing a disturbing erosion of empathy and ethical responsibility. Both cases exemplify how moral values can be distorted, compassion suppressed, and the distinction between right and wrong blurred. They underline the urgent need for fostering ethical engagement, empathy, and psychological resilience. As our research shows, inner peace and moral clarity are no longer purely personal goals. They are essential foundations for societal stability in an age marked by rapid information flow, polarization, and moral ambiguity. So, are we witnessing a war value conflict across generations and societies? Parents, often exhausted by work and a pressure to provide, have little time left to guide their children's moral growth. Who then shapes the values of the next generation? Is it peers, media, or digital platforms? Perhaps we need to rethink how we use technology. Instead of trying to humanize AI, maybe we should let it take over heavy work so humans have more time to raise children with empathy, responsibility, and ethical clarity. So I leave this question to you. How do we prepare our children for the future? So these are my references, and thank you very much for your attention and engagement. And if you have any questions or comments, I would only love to hear those. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lamara, for this very well organized, very good, reflective presentation. I open the floor to questions for these presentations, if there are. Do we have questions from the audience?
Hello.
Because, yes.
I am Dr. Nilofer Ikram. I have a question for Lamara. Dr. Lamara, can you please just emphasize on the digital detox? This was very interesting to focus on such dilemmas which are prevailing right now, currently, and facing by our generations. So what kind of suggestions will you present for the digital detox? Thank you.
All right. Yes, actually, thank you very much for the question and the opportunity. So actually, I have mentioned 3 basic directions, so-called coping strategies or digital detox that the surveyed have shared with us. So one thing they do is they basically limit their screen time. Yeah, and what is important here, something that actually serves as a limitation of the study is that 64.4% of the surveyed are youngsters. So they basically participated in the research. Yeah, and what they notice is that they need to work out some strategies to limit their screen time, and they have gradually started doing so. And I will tell you what helps Georgia in this direction. So we are, as we all are, social creatures, and socializing and friends are very important. And we do have the institution of so-called grandparents. Cultural values and traditions need to be preserved. It's still important in Georgia. So people basically turn to their relatives, to their kin, kids, friends, and they prefer spending time with them rather than just choosing scrolling the screen only.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing that I'm sorry, seeing that we have such a short time, and I have to check if there are the two presenters here that should come first. I will have to, sorry, I will have to close here the questions for this presentation and to move on, and then we will. I hope we will have time to move back if there is another time. So I would just like to ask if Dr. Vikram Bardar.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here,
yes.
but I would not be. I do not have a presentation. I would be reading my paper. I would be reading my paper.
Okay. Just if you can read it in about 10 minutes, and I just want to
Within
know
10
if
minutes.
Dr.
Okay, I will try my level best to sum up within 10 minutes.
No, even more, because we have we had a little more time, but I just want to ask if Dr. Sieda Tafsir Zahra is there, who should come after you, in order to know if we have time, how much time we have, because maybe I don't see online Dr. So I will say once again, is there Dr. Sieda Tafsir Zahra?
Hello, I will be presenting on her behalf.
You will be with us. Okay. So I give the word to Dr. Vikram, please.
Good evening to all of you from India. And the topic of my presentation is Echoes of Ahimsa, the historical roots of Indian philosophy and peace and its relevance in the present time. The concept of ahimsa, which we call non-violence, stands at the heart of Indian intellectual, spiritual, and ethical traditions. Far from being a passive avoidance of harm, ahimsa evolves Indian philosophy as the dynamic principles of compassion, restraint, and moral strength, rooted in the earlier Upanishadic reflections of the sanctity life, systemized by Jain and Buddhist thinkers, and refined by Hindu ethical codes of ahimsa, gradually evolved as one of the most distinctive contribution of Indian civilization to the global thought. It was not only personal moral disciplinary, but also social and political ideas that shaped the cultural memory and collective practices. Historically, ahimsa found its earliest systematic articulation in Jain philosophy, where it has evolved to the supreme vow, encompassing through speech and action. Buddhist interpretations and reinterpretations in the central aspect of Eightfold Paths, such as compassion and universal independence. The Hindu epics and especially Dharma Shastras, while often negotiating the tension between violence and dharmic duties and the idea of non-violence, nevertheless held ahimsa or non-violence as the highest virtue, which we can call as ahimsa parama dharma. That means for the ahimsa or non-violence is the highest particular righteous duty of any particular human being, which he should be follow, and that he should not commit any particular kind of act which is violent in one way or the other. And in later centuries, this philosophical foundation became the wellspring of new forms of social and political restraints, most prominently embodied in Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy of non-violence action satyagraha, which transformed struggle for justice in India and inspired movement across the world. In the present global context, and marked by conflict in ecological crisis and the erosion of the shared value, the ethos of non-violence acquire renewed relevance as the philosophy of peace. It challenges the logic of aggression. Foreground the ethics of care and often an alternative paradigm for addressing violence, where whether in the international relations community life, or human engagement with nature. By reinventing the historical roots and tracing its philosophical evolution, this study seeks to explore how non-violence, with enduring relevance, continues to serve as a timeless framework for envisioning peace, harmony, and sustainable coexistence in the contemporary world, installing a sense of hope in the potential to address the persisting issue of our times. When we talk about ahimsa, I want to add three things here. First of all, the very initial particular writing on this particular topic were in the Vedas, and in the Vedas particular text, we have several instances where certain hymns have been put forward. For instance, containing hymns that stress on avoidance of unnecessary harms to living beings, reflecting an innocent and concern for ethical treatment of creatures and recognition of the interconnectedness of life. The Upanishads has further further developed the concept of philosophical interpretation ahimsa as a universal moral principle aligned with this self-realization, or self-realization, which we call moksha. If you want to attain that particular level of moksha, which you would be finding in specifically in Buddhism, as well as further in the same time in Jainism also. To reach that particular level, first of all, first and foremost is that you have to follow that particular concept of non-violence. In Indian particular Upanishadic thought, specifically in two particular major Upanishads, Chandogya Upanishad, at the same time Badrana Upanishad, non-violence is closely related to truth, which is called the truth. If you want to know the real truth, you have to be non-violent first of all, and the righteousness conduct emphasize the harmony, not harming the others, and at the same time not harming yourself. Because whenever you are going to harm, the central theme of all these religion is whenever you are going to harm any particular individual, that will create a karma, and that particular karma will at the same time in the long run will affect you in the long run also. And if you want to be at a distance from such kind of a negative effect, first of all you have to reform your own self, and at the same time then and only then you can reform others. And this particular emphasis has been put forward specifically in the Buddhism philosophy. And in Buddhist philosophy, when we talk about shunyata, at the same time when we talk about the Madhyamik Siddhanta, or when we talk about Zen philosophy, in all these religious philosophy, and even in the Vajrayana sect, we talked about this particular thing, that main important thing is to to give the due respect to each and every creature, and there should be non-violent steps by any non-violence should be followed by each and every individual to the highest spiritual level. And that particular philosophy, what we are talking, that started somewhere in the 8th century BC, and continued in India, and further ultimately it gave a result which we see later on during the time of Ashoka. And the ruler Ashoka, who ruled in India from 269 BCE into 232 BCE, he the modern dynasty represented a landmark in the institutionalization of the Ahimsa as a guiding principle for not only for personal conduct but also for governance. So, following the devastation of Kalinga War, which took place in the year 261 BCE, Ashoka emphasized profound remorse for the mass struggle of bloodshed, and he followed a policy in which he stated that the basic concept of any particular state should be Dhamma, and in particular that Dhamma, non-violence should be the most important aspect, and each and every one should be following that particular idea. And that particular thing, when we study the edicts of Ashoka, edicts specifically in the Rock Edict 13, Ashoka explained condemned war and advocates for the protection of life, and stressing that the ruler should avoid violence and extend care to all subjects, including animals. This edicts also encourage moral education, religious tolerance, and social welfare, measuring as tool for promoting peace and ethical conductivity within the society. And through these proclamations, the Ashoka institutionalized Ahimsa as a policy institution linking personal morality with political authority. This approach not only strengthened the ethical legitimacy of the modern state, but also left a lasting impact of the Indian political thought, demonstrating that non-violence could be systematically integrated into governance. Ashoka model inspired later Indian rulers and thinkers, including the conceptual framework that guided the Gandhian non-violence philosophy of the 20th century. In the medieval time, when we talk about the whole of early medieval time,
Sorry, I apologize, but could you please arrive to a conclusion because we have one more presenter? Sorry.
so early. Okay.
I
Give me two.
apologize.
Oh, no issue, no issue, no issue. Let me further, let me some. Okay, and I would be directly moving to the modern political age. That would be much better. At least give me that much time. And specifically, when we talk about the modern age, the Indian political aspect of Ahimsa is clearly visible in NAM, non-aligned movement, which is a very strong Indian particular principle of that is very clearly visible in the Panchsheel movement, which was there. At the same time, anti-apartheid movement, which we fought specifically very strongly throughout the world, and global diplomacy and the conflict resolution. That is the most important aspect we have. We do, and due to that particular reason, and due to these particular reason, whether we talked about conflict mediation, whether we talked about humanitarian assistance, and whether we talked about promoting ethical diplomacy, we have contributed a lot in this. And in that particular instance, we have a clear-cut example during the time of COVID, when each and every particular world, each and every particular nation were producing or further trying their level best to get the serum so that they can save their life. India followed a policy that we would be following a policy of non-ahimsa in a different perspective, and instead further saving our own particular people. We would be saving our own particular people, but we would be distributing that particular drug to the world free of cost. That gives a clear-cut indication that that particular principle of non-violence is embedded in a thought, and that particular thought is still relevant in the present political scenario in India. And in the modern period, Indian reformers, specifically leaders like Swami Vivekananda, Dyanand Saraswati, Aurobindo Ghosh, Mahatma Gandhi, and others have played a major important role. And by following this particular principle, we stand and we would be saying that the world peace would only be possible if we have the empathy, we can feel the pain of other, and follow the concept of non-violence. Thanks a lot. I have to sum up it very fast.
Thank you so much, and it was really very important your presentation. I really want to read what you are writing. I think it's for all of us this idea.
The
This
research
interest. Thank you.
Wait. The methodology which I followed in this was basically comparative analysis. And it was comparative analysis, it was historical contextualization, as well as further it was based on philosophical foundation, historical approach, and contemporary relevance on these particular things. I have followed the base. Had followed the methodology on which I'm still working.
Yes, I understood. interdisciplinary, and it is very important to look at things like this. So thank you so much. I don't have time to ask for questions in the public. I really apologize for this, but we have one last presenter, and but not least, of course. And I give the floor, and please excuse myself for this using of time. So
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
I invite Dr. Seida Tafsir. Dr.
Hello.
Seida? Yes.
Okay, basically, I'm going to be presenting the research. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. I'm Javeer Yarshad, and I'm going to present the research I conducted under the supervision of Dr. Saida Tafsir Zahra. And my presentation is going to be, I'm just going to share the screen now. Okay, so I am a fresh graduate from National University of Modern Languages, and I conducted this research as a part of my thesis, and I'm going to share how I think that this emotional intelligence and pro-social behaviors can contribute to peace building in the society. So first of all, I'm going to start by introducing the variables. The variables that I used were emotional intelligence, as described by Cherry in 2022, is the ability to recognize, understand, and regulate one's emotions while also being able to interpret and influence the emotions of others. And it strengthens self-awareness and empathy, which are key qualities in conflict resolution and peace building. And the second variable that I used was pro-social behavior, which basically includes any actions that are aimed for the helping of the society, which are also driven by compassion and emotional intelligence. These behaviors play a vital role in de-escalating tensions, healing social divides, and nurturing environments, and fosters mutual respect and trust, and foundation, and basically works to building peace in the society. So moving on to the previous researches conducted, it was clearly evident in a study conducted in Chinese college students, which showed that emotional intelligence was a positive predictor of pro-social behavior. And with social support acting as a partial mediator, it showed that higher emotional intelligence led to more perceived social support, and people who receive more social support will be more motivated to perform pro-social behaviors. Another study conducted with 290 high school students using Spearman's rule found a strong positive correlation between emotional intelligence and pro-social behaviors. And most of the students had high levels of both traits, which positively links emotional intelligence to pro-social behavior. So this suggests that empathy training and group activities can boost emotional intelligence, which in turn will promote pro-social behavior. Another study conducted in 20,621 participants showed higher relation between emotional intelligence and pro-social behavior in early childhood, and it showed a stronger link in boys as compared to girls, and it showed a stronger link in Eastern cultures as compared to the Western ones. So this also reveals that also developmental and cultural influences have an effect on the emotional intelligence impact on pro-social behaviors. Moving on to the significance of the study. First, we'll look at the theoretical contribution that if we explore the relationship between emotional intelligence and pro-social behaviors, we can see that emotional intelligence can motivate the actions that contribute to helping people or any act that will contribute to the betterment, and it will enrich psychological models of social interactions. Secondly, its relevance with peace building is that it links the emotional intelligence developed in youth to education of peace and community-based initiatives, and it will also foster empathy, which in turn will drive cooperation. And the practical implications can be seen that it can guide the interventions in education, mental health, and organizations that will promote personal growth, which will give rise to empathy again, that as more emotionally intelligent individuals will show more empathy and they will work towards positive social change. So the objectives of the study were to find the relationship between emotional intelligence and pro-social behavior among young adults, and to explore the gender differences of both the variables. I proposed three hypotheses, which were there is a positive relationship between emotional intelligence and pro-social behaviors among young adults. Secondly, girls are more likely to engage in pro-social behavior as compared to boys. And the third hypothesis was that boys are more emotionally intelligent as compared to girls. So the sample was taken from university students, 250 young adults ranging from 18 to 25, two campuses of National University of Modern Languages, the main campus in Islamabad and another campus in Rawalpindi. Have from each campus were selected by using simple random sampling, and the instruments that were used were firstly to measure emotional intelligence after obtaining permission from the authors of the scales. I used the Schuet self-report emotional intelligence test that consists of 33 items and is in English, which is the most commonly spoken language and is the most accessible one to conduct the study. So it had 33 items with a 5-point Likert scale, and it showed a Cronbach's alpha of 0.733, which reflects an acceptable level of internal consistency for the items. And the second scale that I used was the pro-social tendencies measure that was published by Gustavo Carlo in 2020, which was used for measuring the pro-social behaviors among it's a self-report scale, and the participants would show their willingness to participate in pro-social behaviors by answering 23 questions, which also used a 5-point Likert scale. So the procedure was the study was a quantitative study that was titled The Relationship Between Emotional Intelligence and Pro-Social Behavior, and the population taken was young adults. It was completely voluntary. Everybody was given, and everybody participated with their own will. They were given a consent form which explained the purpose of the study, which ensured the privacy of their responses, which ensured privacy of their identity, the confidentiality of their responses, and the right to withdraw at any time they wanted to withdraw. And the data was collected on a paper. The questionnaires were printed on paper, and they were told to fill it with a pen or a pencil, whatever they could find. And they filled it within 15 to 20 minutes, and the responses were kept secure. And I, as the researcher, was the only person who had the access to them. And simple random sampling was used, and I recruited easily approachable individuals in the university. So the results showed the first hypothesis that there is a positive relationship between emotional intelligence and pro-social behavior was proven, was accepted given the values, and the second hypothesis that boys are more emotionally intelligent than girls was also accepted. But the third one here, after conducting the analysis, the t-test for pro-social behavior, that girls are more likely to engage in pro-social behavior, was not accepted, and it suggested that gender does not have that much of a significant impact on pro-social behaviors. And finally, I will move on to the limitations. So firstly, it had a limited cultural scope, and Pakistan, as you guys can see, has a very diverse culture across provinces, but the study was conducted in only Punjab and the cities Islamabad and Rawalpindi, which limited the cultural representation. And as seen in previous researches, that development and cultural cultures also impact the effect of emotional intelligence on pro-social behavior, but we only studied across one province, so it didn't offer that much of generalizability. And secondly, the questionnaires were both self-reported, and it can cause bias. So both variables were measured through self-report, which can be biased, and mixed method approach would be recommended for more accuracy in measuring the variables and their effects on each other. That was all from my side, and any questions would be welcome. And I'd like to say thank you for your time.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all the speakers for the presentations. I think we have run out of time with 1 minute, so I don't know if we have the possibility to ask questions. I think there are many questions because it is very
we
interesting
have some
and
minutes for questions, if you allow, of course. You're the chair.
Yes, I mean, I'm here and I'm happy to ask questions and to allow questions, of course. It's no problem. I didn't know if you are willing to remain online during this pause. It should be a pause, I think. But I open the floor to questions if there are on this presentation. Again, congratulations, because it is a very important study. with very interesting result, especially for the third hypothesis. I would ask you, how would you relate emotional intelligence with the question of peace? I mean,
Basically, we have seen that in this generation, we can see that people who lack emotional intelligence will not have appropriate responses to being triggered or being or facing a conflict. So if individuals have like high emotional intelligence, they will know how to deal with their emotions better. They will know how to uh, express them better, and if they know how to express them, they will be able to deal with conflict with a calmer mindset, and they will be able to understand the emotions of other people if they're having a meltdown or if they're not properly expressing their emotions, and they can better understand what the other person is feeling, and they can better interpret and influence it through their maturity in terms of emotions, and they can help during a conflict or a disagreement through a more calmer mindset that can also like reduce conflicts and deal with them in a more peaceful approach.
Thank you for this. Please, Dr.
I have one question, if I may ask. So thank you for the wonderful presentation, and I just want to, this might be a rhetorical question, but I mentioned the issue of humanizing AI. So that's the contemporary worldwide trend nowadays. So developers, creators, companies just try to humanize AI. It's an experiment, and huge money is being spent on it. And do you, as the author of the research that you have presented, believe that if we start fostering emotional intelligence in children and schools, so this could be somehow the way to protect maybe ourselves in the future from AI aggression? Thank you.
Could you repeat the last part, please?
Yeah, I mean, is that necessary to rethink the way we raise our children? Because if humans lack emotional intelligence, and machines are learning very quickly, so if AI is finally humanized, so don't you think that it might be a threat? And could we humans use emotional intelligence as a powerful tool and weapon against it? I mean, what do you think personally
I
regarding?
personally think that no matter how developed AI can get, it cannot think as complete. Like AI is going to use internet as a source to understand things, but we as humans are very complex beings, and we have very complex emotions, and at times even like individuals who have low emotional intelligence are not even able to comprehend their own emotions. And AI can think. AI can only think like logically, and it will only use like practical implications. Human beings are capable of thinking more emotionally. So I think it can be used as because like AI will not give the responses as according to humans that may sometimes take decisions based on their emotions rather than thinking about the practicality. So AI will only give practical solutions, and it might not seem right to us emotionally at the time.
Thank you very much.
So thank you again for this wonderful panel. Thank you for all the presenters. And since the other session must start, I will thank again the organizer and for the opportunity, for the honor to make me moderate this panel with my limited possibilities. Thank you. And I give the floor to Dr. Nelofar for the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to express my gratitude for entrusting me with the responsibility as chair of this third session regarding peace, conflict, and international relations in this international online conference on peace and interdisciplinary science. It's an honor to contribute to the esteemed international gathering, and also I appreciate the trust that ESI postdoctoral team has in me. Another most important point is that I'm also part of postdoctoral research program. So I'm also contributing it as a student at the same time. So I hope that I carry on with the session with all zeal and vigor and understanding the dilemmas, the current circumstances regarding the conflicts, peace, and conflict resolution, especially in the realm of international relations. So to start with, I have my own presentation. It's in front of you. I hope you see it. Navigating strategic water, hydropolitical disputes, and pathways to peace in South Asia's Indus and Ganges Brahmaputra river basins. It's very interesting topic because South Asian peace is already and for many times have been very vulnerable. So to choose this topic, it was not only challenging to identify the very problems, issues placed right now and facing by these countries, which we call them South Asia and Asia particularly. To identify and analyze the root causes of hydropolitical, this whole setup, like in the Indus and Ganges Brahmaputra river basins, it's very important to identify and analyze the root causes of it. This is the primary objective of this research work and the paper, which I'm working on it in two different ways. One is secondary databases, and in future, soon, like I will be working on primary basis as well. The second one is to assess the impact of recent developments, which includes like what happened that 2025 Indus Water Treaty suspension happened and the Ganges Treaty 2026 expiration as well on regional water governance. This is another important objective of this paper, and also to examine the role of climate change in geopolitical, because when we identify these problems and issues, then we come to the solution of these problems. Because recently we have also seen the climate change which has affected Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, especially entire world as well. But at the same time, this region has like literally lost their lives, livelihoods, and all it depends on the geopolitical strategies as far as water conflicts are concerned. So another one is to propose targeted peace building strategies for India, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, to transform conflicts into some opportunity for cooperation and sustainability. This is very important. Now, if we see the South Asia's trans-boundary river systems, the Indus and Ganges Brahmaputra basins support over 1.9 billion people, underpinning agriculture, energy, and livelihoods. These two river basins are the lifeblood of South Asia, shaping its geography, ecology, and civilizations for millennia. Now, what we know about Indus River Basin, this is basically comprising the countries which are Pakistan, India, and China, Tibet, and Afghanistan as well. Now, what happened, Indus Water Treaty happened between India and Pakistan, between PM by then, Jawaharlal Nehru, and President Ayub Khan in 1960. And it was there were 6 eastern rivers and western rivers. They were divided between India and Pakistan. Some of the which was given to the access of India was like Ravi, Byas, Sutlej, given to India, and Indus, Jhelum, and Chenab, they were given to Pakistan. Now, this was brokered by World Bank at that point of time. Now, it originates in Tibet, flows down to Ladakh, India, and enters in Pakistan via Gilgit-Baltistan. It covers much of the Punjab, Sindh, parts of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and Balochistan in Pakistan. Then we see it empties itself near the Arabian Sea near Karachi. Now, these are very interlinked. If we see, they are very important in the perspective that it creates a lot of issues at the same time for all these countries which are connected with each other. And another which is following another slide, we will see into it. Now, the key regions of the Ganges originates, it is basically India and flows eastward towards Uttar Pradesh and Bihar and West Bengal before entering into Bangladesh. So these are the connected. Borders are connected and the rivers are flowing in the geographical scenario. So they are all connected with each other and impact each other as well at the same time. Now, if we see that the tensions between India and Bangladesh persist, and they have been persisting because of the 2026 expiration of the Ganges Water Sharing Treaty, the unresolved Tista dispute as well at the same time, and China's upstream Brahmaputra Dam projects. These have exacerbated the conflict in the region. The climate change is another aspect of it, with a 15% reduction in Hindu Kush Himalayan glacial melt. And then we have seen the unpredictable monsoons, which threatens the water security as well. If we move forward, we have seen this is like, we can see that this is the Indus Basin, and this is where we see the connection Ganges, and then there is Brahmaputra. The thinner lines are the boundaries of these states, but we can see all this river system and the water flow are interconnected and creating a lot of tensions and problems to each other, especially when we are talking about Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and then China as well at the same time. Now, this study, what methodology that I've employed, this is a secondary method approach, synthesizing data from peer-reviewed journals, policy documents, diplomatic records from 2015 and 25, hydrological reports, and other from the international organizations such as the World Bank, United Nations, and other international organizations. Now, this was very important for me to gather this part of my research on secondary basis and then continued further for primary in the near future to connect with the dots and to also suggest for the key areas for modernization in the treaties. Another important thing was to key search terms that included was interwaters treaty and as we know, Ganges Brahmaputra disputes and hydropolitics South Asia. Transboundary water governance, these were the key areas that I've touched upon. The analysis focused on qualitative data to identify the patrons in conflict and emphasize the policy frameworks, geopolitical dynamics, and environmental challenges. Data sources include the historical records of water agreements, case studies on hydropolitical and environmental impacts assessments. If we go further, we have seen the analysis. If we go and analyze the hydropolitical disputes, what are they basically? So if we see, I would just point out few drivers of conflict. Number one is competing water demands. Now, Pakistan's 80% reliance on the Indus for irrigation clashes with India's hydro power projects, while Bangladesh need for Ganges and Tista water conflicts with India's diversions. Now, these are the two diversion points of conflict among these states. Another is infrastructure development. India's Kishan Ganga and Rattle dams and China's Brahmaputra projects alter flows, raising downstream extremes. Now, concerns are that infrastructure development is also as important as to develop other peace resolution, conflict resolutions, and go towards the dialogues or to establish some kind of connection among these countries so as to arrive to the conclusion and sort out these issues. The third point is geopolitical tensions. India-Pakistan rivalry, as we all know that Pakistan and India have fought wars and skirmishes at borders due to Kashmir, exacerbated by the Kashmir dispute and What is the reason between India and Bangladesh is the disagreement, which is still disagree over Tista politicized water management. According to Mustafa in 2023, he elaborated on it very well. Then we can see the climate change. Glacial melt and erratic monsoons with projected 20% decline in Indus flows by 2050 exacerbates scarcity. Now, this is why Pakistan is the forefront. Pakistan has faced a lot of issues just because of this climate change. We are not participating in adversities more than other states, but we are the effectees of it. Barriers of cooperation between India and Pakistan are mistrust, historical rivalries, upstream dominance fosters suspicion, with 68% stakeholders' support for cooperation determined by the lack of trust. This is the lack of trust between the two states and governments. Weak frameworks. The IWT, which is Indus Water Treaty, lacks mechanisms for climate adaptation or unilateral suspensions, while the Ganges Treaty bilateral in nature concludes Nepal, Bhutan, and China. Now, this is according to World Bank Report 2022. Political stalemates, what are they? If SARC is hampered by India-Pakistan tensions, limiting regional dialogue. Again, the conflict resolution always relies on the diplomatic maneuvers, on the diplomatic ways of treating these issues. Now, what are the suggestions that we can see? I have pointed out here. The first one is reinstate and modernize the Indus Water Treaty. Engage the neutral mediators, such as the World Bank, to reinstate the Indus Water Treaty with provisions for climate adaptation and joint dam monitoring. It is very important to establish such a neutral party, to establish a very good check and balance between the two states. Not they should like go for any other geopolitical or hydropolitical water conflict in the future, and they should reinstate it. Pakistan is on this verge that yes, we should reinstate the IWT, but India has negated it and not like we can say accomplishing it. Now, another is data sharing protocols. Establish a bilateral platform for real-time hydrological data to reduce the suspicions over water diversion. This is very important. Another report in 2022 World Bank, which has mentioned that the diversions of water should be like between the two states, and especially with Bangladesh, this Tista Treaty should be also resolved. At the same time, this also should be resolved between India and Pakistan. Track 2 diplomacy in IR is a very important part of it. Promote dialogue among the academics, water experts, and civil society to depoliticize this water issue. And join climate projects, collaborate on watershed management and flood early warning systems to address shared vulnerabilities. Now, these are the very important parts of it, because when we are talking about the neutral dimension, which I've also mentioned earlier, to engage the UN or World Bank to mediate the disputes. I've also referred to the SARC Water Forum to revitalize the SARC for water cooperation, including China. We must include China this time as well, because if we are talking about the Tibet and we are talking about the Tista and we are talking about the other dams projects upstreaming, we need to include the China in this whole setup as well. Climate resilient infrastructure to promote the micro hydropower and rain water. What Pakistan problem faced recently was the opening of headworks towards Pakistan, which overflowed the rivers which were given in Pakistan, and it has destroyed a lot of like livelihood and people and damaged the whatever Pakistan was possessing it right now, and cost us economically as well. Transport communication, we should share the infrastructure plans and environmental assets, which it should be publicly. Conclusion, South Asia's Indus and Ganges Brahmaputra basins are critically yet contested, with disputes by competing demands, geopolitical tensions, and climate change. India's 2025 IWT suspension, the Ganges Treaty's 2026 expiration, and the Tista dispute framework with fragility. So this is very important to conclude here. And secondary data shows 68% stakeholder support for cooperation, but mistrust and the dominance position always pose the barriers between these states. Through targeted peace-building strategies, including IWT, reinstate, TISTA resolution, joint climate projects, India-Pakistan, India-Bangladesh, can transform these opportunities for the well-being of the people as well, in the larger sense for the people of Pakistan and Bhutan, Nepal, which are covering these states as well at the same time. Without urgent diplomacy, these maneuvers or these actions cannot be, like, we cannot say that it can evolve. So for that, we need it. It's very important. Another important point is here that I would like to end my this the whole you can say the setup or whatever I've established here in the form of the PPTs, that India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, China have to look forward for the larger benefit of their own people, for their economic uplift, for the political stability. And these can only be arrived while covering the human rights and conflict resolutions at the same time in this very important strategic area, which is posing very important. Thank you. Any questions, please? Any questions, please? Okay, I would just restart my session with a very beautiful quote by Albert Einstein, who said, "Peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding." It's very beautiful. By understanding, we can resolve a lot of issues, a lot of issues. Thank you. So I would now start with my, I hope we have Muhibullah Hakimi. Is he here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. We have Muhibullah Hakimi from Afghanistan, Migration and Immobility in Afghanistan, Understanding Drivers, Consequences, and their Implications for Peace. This is your topic?
Yes. Thank you so much.
You
Let
can
me
start.
share my screen.
Yes, sure. Can you share your screen, Muhibullah?
I think there is an error. I'm trying to share it.
Okay, you can see from floating down, there will be a green arrow upwards. Yes.
Okay. Is it fine now?
Yeah, we can see that.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for the error. My name is Muhibullah Hakimi. I'm from Afghanistan. Currently, I'm studying in Social Science University of Ankara, in Ankara, Turkey. I'm a graduate student of international relations. So today I will be talking about the migration and immobility in Afghanistan, and understanding the factors and consequences and also its implication for peace. So first of all, regarding the context, 2.6 million Afghans have migrated, either voluntarily or forcefully, from Afghanistan to other countries, which makes Afghanistan the third largest refugee population. But at the same time, what a lot of studies do not cover is those who remain in Afghanistan. people who want to migrate but cannot migrate. So around more than 25 million Afghans remain in Afghanistan in difficult situations, either when there's a crisis in security or an economic crisis. Due to reasons that we will explore in this study, they are not able to migrate to other countries. Migration decisions are shaped by different factors. They are shaped by social, economic, political, or personal factors, same as immobility. So the aim of this research is to explore drivers of migration and factors of immobility among Afghans. And also we will see what are the impact of these on Afghans living abroad and those who remain inside the country. The methodology that I used was a quantitative survey. We distributed two questionnaires, one questionnaire for those who are inside Afghanistan and the other to those who were migrated from Afghanistan after 21 August, when the government changed in Afghanistan. Each questionnaire had 20 questions. We sent the questionnaire to Afghan migrants in Australia, Pakistan, Turkey, USA, and a few other countries. The participants were all Afghan nationals and 18 plus of age. We distributed the questionnaires in two languages, English and Dari, which is a national language of Afghanistan. One of the challenges that we faced in this study was a lot of participants who we were expecting to collect data from, they did not participate in the studies, either from a fear that they had. So normally when we collect data from Afghanistan people or from those who migrate from Afghanistan, there is this issue of people resisting to participate in surveys and in research studies because they have this fear of being executed or being responsible for the outcomes of the study that are there. So this is one of the challenges that we faced, especially in regards to accessing women participants for this study. So first of all, in terms of the migration and immobility factors, the main immobility factor in Afghanistan was people cannot migrate because they want to support their family and stay in Afghanistan. So the dynamics in Afghanistan families there are normally one head of household who supports others financially. So if that head of household migrate to another country, until they reach to the second country and until they find a job and income, there are their families and the relatives behind who cannot have access to food and to shelter because they cannot provide to them during these transition months that they are going to a second country. On the other hand, one of the main factors of migration in Afghanistan is war and conflict. We had a history of 40 years of war in Afghanistan, and that caused a lot of migrations outside Afghanistan. In terms of the secondary issue regarding the immobility of Afghans are that they can, even if they want to travel to another country, they do not have documentations. Either they do not have a passport or they cannot require a visa. There are restrictions in visa acquisition for Afghans from a lot of countries. Currently also there are just few embassies open in Afghanistan and all other embassies are closed. So if a family is in danger or if they want to migrate to another country, they should either choose to migrate illegally or they cannot migrate because they cannot acquire a legal visa. A lot of Afghans who are also going to abroad for studies, they have to go to either Iran or Pakistan or a third country to acquire an education visa. There are very few embassies that are open in Afghanistan and provide visa to Afghans. And also, another reason that Afghans migrate from Afghanistan is the high rate of unemployment and economic instability in Afghanistan. So after the change in the government, a lot of international NGOs restricted their operation in Afghanistan, especially since last year when USAID stopped their donations to countries like Afghanistan. It was a big hit to organizations working in Afghanistan, and there was a spike in unemployment and economic instability in Afghanistan. In terms of the impact of migration and immobility on employment and income, so the people who are in Afghanistan after 2021, most of them stated in this study that currently they have a worse job than they had before, and their income decreased because a lot of organizations had downsizing, a lot of companies shut down. So this issue arose since past 4 or 5 years. On the other hand, those who could migrate and those who went to other countries, they stated that they got a better job and their income increased. This narrative itself kind of, later we'll discuss that, changes the social stability and has an impact on peace because a lot of people inside Afghanistan, when they see that those who are outside, they have more income and they have better jobs, they also decide to go out of Afghanistan, but they cannot do it due to the immobility factors that we discussed. The impact of migration and mobility on social science, mental health, and well-being of Afghan people. So those who stay in Afghanistan, they are in a worse mental health status due to several reasons that we will discuss later, and also their social lives are worse than before. But it was one of the interesting findings of this study was that the social lives of those who migrated from Afghanistan are also not good. So in Afghanistan, in a normal situation, when we see people are very, very social, they live close to each other in terms of their relatives, their uncles, their aunts, their family and friends. But once a family or a member of a family migrate to another country, they cannot connect to those the nationals of the other country very, very well. Because there are in European countries and in the Western countries, there aren't the dynamics of this kind of social lives that we have in Afghanistan. That's why most of the people in this survey, they said although they are living in another country outside Afghanistan and they migrated, but their social lives are not good. And also they have mental health and their mental health and well-being is also not good, those who migrate to other countries, due to their not having access to a lot of services that they require, because most of them still do not have documentations, so they cannot access health services, they cannot go to schools and universities, so that has a lot of impact on their mental health. In terms of access to healthcare and education, in Afghanistan, those who cannot migrate, 55, a lot of these people have issue, almost 88% of them in accessing education, because schools and universities are closed for women currently, and also for male Afghans also in Afghanistan, there is a lack of motivation to go to universities, and most of them dropped out of universities and schools. So this is spiked a really high issue in education sector in Afghanistan. From this studies, 88% of participants say that we have been impacted due to the ban on education in Afghanistan. But on the other hand, there wasn't any major issues when we spoke to those who were outside Afghanistan. A small part of the participants said that because they don't have documentations, they cannot access education services in those countries. But most of them, 71% of them, didn't have any issues in accessing education. But in healthcare sector, there wasn't any issues in both sides, in those who are in Afghanistan and those who are outside Afghanistan. The majority said we don't have any issues. But one difference that here was for those who are in Afghanistan, since a lot of doctors and medical professionals migrated from Afghanistan after 2021, there is this lack of access to good health services. So we had a lot of good health institutions, but right now they are very limited, and some of them shut down because of the doctors who left the country. But on the other hand, those who migrated, the reason that some of them had issue in accessing healthcare was the issue of not having enough money. there is a really important topic when we discuss peace and also migration and mobility in any country, which is sending and receiving remittances. So in case of Afghanistan, most of the people, because they migrated new and they are not stable yet in other countries, they stated that they are not currently sending any remittances in Afghanistan, which shows us how difficult it can be for families who are inside Afghanistan. Although they have someone outside Afghanistan and they migrated, they spent a lot of money to reach to a European country or Western country, but until after 2 years, they still cannot send money back to their families, which shows that the situation of those families in Afghanistan is really bad, because most of them do not have any other household member who could work and earn money. So they are very reliable on those who migrated from their families. So what does this migration and immobility cases in Afghanistan, what are their implications for peace in Afghanistan? One thing about in peace studies that we need to keep in mind, especially in cases related to Afghanistan and South Asia, that we have positive peace and negative peace. What happens is most of the time a lot of people merge these two. For example, right now in Afghanistan we do not have active war, but that's a negative peace. In a positive peace, we need human rights. We need access to education, access to health services, which are lacking in Afghanistan currently. So we can say that we have a negative peace in Afghanistan right now, but positive peace is lacking. So we need to shift from negative peace to positive peace through inclusive policies for Afghanistan and for Afghanistan people. And the immobility and the vulnerabilities that immobility brought to Afghanistan are a high rate of unemployment, restriction on human rights, and social isolation. As we said, there isn't a lot of social activities right now in Afghanistan due to the ban on education, ban on some social activities. And these conditions contribute to frustration and hopelessness, which made destabilize communities and hinder peace building. Again, by peace building, we mean going towards positive peace. And in those who immigrated, there is a huge brain drain in Afghanistan. A lot of university professors left Afghanistan, which right now, even though universities are open for Afghan males, but still we don't have qualified professors to teach there. The university that I was studying in Afghanistan, I studied IR, my bachelor's degree in Kabul University in Afghanistan. Around more than 80% of our professors left the country. So right now, only few of them are there. So there are a lack of professionals in Afghanistan. A lot of students and a lot of practitioners, a lot of doctors, they all left the country. So this also has a negative impact on the process which we want to go toward, which is a positive peace, because right now we do not have qualified people to structure this situation and structure these policies so that we could transition toward positive peace in a near future. Migration and immobility kind of has a dual role in peace building. If we see from those who migrated from Afghanistan, they can do advocacy outside the country for Afghanistan, and they also can send remittances, which will help their families and social stability in Afghanistan and the peace process. But on the other hand, if we look at immobility, those who are remaining in Afghanistan, the families, the women, children, and overall all Afghans, there is a huge issue of hopelessness. A lot of young generation, they do not see a bright future for themselves, especially young women and who are currently denied to access education. There is also a huge loss of human resources, which negatively impacts the transition towards positive peace. And also there are violations of some of the basic rights that people in Afghanistan are expecting to have as humans and as Afghans inside the country. Thank you so much for your attention. if you have any questions. I hope it was clear.
Thank you, Mohibillah. You have given a very good, thought-provoking, and we pray for the peace in Afghanistan as well. If there is any question regarding peace in Afghanistan or related to the slides he shared, it's welcomed.
Sorry, may I ask the question? I didn't hear, you said like 80% of the professors left the country or 8%?
No, the department that I was studying, the IR department of Kabul University, which is the #1 public university of Afghanistan, from the first years of the change of government, 2021 and 2022, when we asked the students who are our juniors, they said that almost more than 80% of the professors left the country. Because a lot of professors who were teaching in law and political science department, which IR was also part of it, they had kind of ties with lawmaking agencies and government agencies. They were employments of foreign ministry and other ministries. So they had to leave the country due to the concerns that they had. But a very small group of professors remained in that department.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohibillah.
Thank you so much.
Can I please ask a small question, more like a
Yes,
reflection?
please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. How would you relate identity, and in your case, Afghan identity, to movement, to the migration, and the idea of peace?
Yeah. So there is this issue of people who migrate from Afghanistan and the second generations. They are kind of in this conflict of losing their identity or how to keep it in a society outside Afghanistan. As I said, the social lives in Afghanistan is a lot different than other countries, and in all South Asian countries, there are very close ties between family members, between relatives, and there are big families, big relatives who live in kind of near places to each other. So once they leave the country and they are exposed to other ideas in other countries, especially in Western ideas, there is this conflict of how can we keep this identity that we have as Afghans, and also how can we cope and integrate with the new values that are in Western societies. So there is always this big issues, and also for some of the Afghans who migrated during the Russia's invasion in Afghanistan 40 years and 30 years ago, most of them lived in Pakistan and Iran, for example, for years, and in other countries. Right now, there is a process of deportation of Afghans from Iran and Pakistan. So when these generations of Afghans come back to Afghanistan, there is this issue of reintegrating back to the country in Afghanistan, because they spent like 20, 30 years in other countries. Now they are suddenly back to Afghanistan. Most of them are born there. They haven't even been in Afghanistan in the past years. But right now, because I'm writing my next research on this issue of mass deportation of Afghans from Pakistan and Iran, and the problems that this will arise for refugee laws internationally, how it challenges that, and how is this issue going to affect Afghans and those who are returning back to the country. So this identity issue is one of the big issues when we study migration and mobility in the context of Afghanistan.
Thank you. So we will move forward in our session. We have Dr. Binish Ejaz as well with us. Yes, thank you. Dr. Binish Ejaz, can you please share your slides and come forward, introduce yourself? She's from the University of Sargodha, Pakistan. The topic of her presentation is From the Fruit Basket of Pakistan to the Peace Conundrum in Balochistan.
Good evening, everyone. Hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay. I'm Dr. Binishi Das. Currently, I'm serving as a professor of social work at University of Sargota. Here's my conference paper along with my co-author, Shatia Karta, from the fruit basket of Pakistan to the peace conundrum in Balochistan. I would second, please. Sorry for the interruption. I'm unable to see my slides, please.
Slides are visible to us.
Okay. The peace conundrum in Balochistan refers to the intractable and deeply complex challenges of achieving lasting peace and stability in Pakistan's largest province, Balochistan. Despite being rich in natural resources, the province is plagued by a long-running insurgency, ethnic tensions, economic underdevelopment, and poor governance. The conundrum lies in the difficulty of addressing the interconnected political, economic, and security issues which have historically undermined attempts at reconciliation. While discussing the issue, I would like to introduce Balochistan is the largest province of Pakistan, having strategic location bordering Afghanistan and Iran and proximity to the Middle East and Central Asia makes it a focal point of regional and international interest. It has a long coastline along the Arabian Sea, stretching from Karachi to Iran, including popular spots like Gwadar and Basni. The province is characterized by rugged mountains and hilltops, offering scenic views and opportunities for adventure. Large parts of Balochistan are arid and desert-like, with unique landscapes like Eagle National Park. Balochistan has a low population density due to its mountainous terrain and arid climate. The province is home to various ethnic groups, including Baloch, Pashtun, Broi, and others. It is known as the fruit basket due to its high percentage of national fruit production, particularly grapes, cherries, almonds, peaches, apricots, and dates. Balochistan is a major source of natural gas also for Pakistan. The province holds substantial reserves of copper, gold, with the Rikodik mine being a significant project. The strategically important deep sea port of Gwadar is located on Balochistan's coast. Also, in spite of all this, Balochistan is one of Pakistan's most pressing challenge, marked by a complex mix of political unrest, terrorism, and deep-seated sense of alienation among its people, showing peace conundrum in Balochistan across the globe. External involvement and regional instability has brought the claims of external powers supporting and training separatist groups in Balochistan, disrupting the peace of the food basket of Pakistan. This article aims at describing the peace conundrum in Balochistan, its repercussions, and proposed solution for the peace in province. The methodology this research followed the qualitative research method, and the data for the present study was collected through secondary literature. By using systematic literature review, this research will present new aspects and reflections about the topic. The main limitation of this article is the available secondary literature through library sources and open search engine in Pakistan. The research and discussions move around these points. Number one is the political marginalization and historical grievance. For decades, Baloch nationalists have accused the federal government of marginalizing the province and exploiting their resources without giving the local population an equitable share. Secondly, economic exploitation and underdevelopment is here despite possessing vast reserves of natural gas, coal, copper. Balochistan remains Pakistan's poorest and least developed province. Thirdly, enforced disappearance and human rights abuses are also visible here. Fourthly, securitization over political solution is here. The Pakistani government and the military have often treated the Baloch issue as a security problem, relying on military operations and counterinsurgency practice instead of pursuing a genuine political resolution. The militarized approach has historically created the insurgency and has deepened alienation. Further external environment is here and is discussed on the national, international level. Insurgent violence and fragmentation is also seen here. The existence of numerous Baloch separatist groups such as Balochistan Liberation Army further complicate peace efforts. These groups have carried out deadly attacks on both civilians and security forces. Then here is the Dari system, which is a local system, the traditional and influential tribal system where local sardars control large areas and population of the province. What I conclude and suggest here is the peace conundrum in Balochistan can be concluded from two schools of thought. Firstly, the people of Balochistan have a notion that they have first right over the resources of Balochistan as there is widespread poverty among common masses. Secondly, state is of the view that common masses are responsible for external involvement in the province, leading to the terrorism, and they think that they have disturbed the peace conundrum in the province. For me, this arises the catch-22 situation that has created a tug of war between the locals of Balochistan and the state, and is still not solved yet. By addressing the concerns of the both, number one, that is the state and the Balochistan locals can bring a positive change in the province, and by promoting socio-economic development like investing in Balochistan infrastructure, education of all genders, and healthcare is crucial to improving living conditions and fostering a sense of shared prosperity in this situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Binish. It was such a wonderful topic to talk about peace in Balochistan. As we know that being Pakistanis, it's very important to establish peace in this region of our country. At the same time, to work for the development of this region as well. Any questions from the participants, please? So, okay, we don't have any questions, Dr. Binish, I assume. So we will move forward to
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, thank you. So we will move forward. We have Karisma Fitriani, Social Sciences University of Ankara, Turkey. Do we have, if I'm announcing her name correctly?
Yeah, it's totally okay. It's true. Yeah, Charisma Fitrani Algisha. Yes.
Okay.
All right. I will share my screen.
Yes, you can share your screen, please. So your topic is about conflict resolution, understanding Indonesia and Australia's peace building efforts in West Papua in time period 2013 and 23.
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Is my screen visible?
Yes, you can share it. Not yet visible your slides, but you can share. It's sharing.
It's sharing now?
It's being,
okay.
It's in the process. Yes, it's now visible.
All right.
You can start. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, dear the Honorable European Scientific Institute, and my dear fellows, my name is Karisma Fitrani Algisha. I'm from Indonesia, and I'm a master's degree student majoring in Peace and Conflict Studies at Social Sciences University of Ankara. And today I will be sharing my research presentation on Papua conflict as I am currently doing on my research paper. So, before we dive into the presentation, I would like to show all the participants a short video, okay, of the West Papua documentary. It's only 2 minutes, and I hope that it gives us a glimpse of the realities in Papua. And also the video is useful to set the stage and remind us why this research matters, because behind the policies, there are people that are really affected by these conflicts. All right. I hope that the audio also will be shared through the
Yes,
audience.
you can share, please. We would love to see it.
All right.
Can you raise the volume of the video?
All right. Okay. I will next up to the next slide. Is it changing? Okay. So, yes, that was the short glimpse of video that what's really happening in Papua. As you can see also in the left side of our screen, that's what's the appearance of the local West Papua people themselves. Yes, so when we're talking about Papua's conflict, goes way back to the 1960s when the region became part of the Indonesia after the Dutch left. Long short story, Indonesia and the Dutch, we used to have a really long-term settlement between the countries. So once the Dutch left, that was the issue started of West Papua. Since then, there have been an ongoing independence movements for only God knows how long it has been going for more than 3 decades. Because there's also a specific movement in the region. It's called Military Papua Organization. We call it OPM. So over the years, Indonesia has been introducing the special autonomy in 2001, and then they also revised it in 2021. So this special autonomy, as we know that West Papua people, they have been demanding the separative movement from the Indonesian government. They're really dreaming to build to establish their own countries and control everything by their own government. However, Indonesian government, they're still persisting to keep recognizing Papua, West Papua, as the part of the Indonesian region, because Papua people, I mean, in Papua region, they really have rich natural resources, and then they also have a really rich culturals. Those are one of the reasons why Indonesian government is still keeping Papua from leaving the region. And then even with Indonesian government has been also building infrastructure projects and also social programs. However, the tensions between the people and then the human rights concerns still persist in the region. However, in this case, Australia, as our neighboring countries, they are also involving in the country, but they are more likely interested in keeping the stability and then the diplomacy, which makes their role conflict indirect, but still important, but it's just indirect. And that's why am I focusing on the last decade, which is on 2013 and 2023, because it captures recent changes and ongoing challenges. All right, we're moving on to the slide 4, which is my research aim and questions. As we can see here, I have 4 research questions, and I believe that I'm highlighting the points of my research questions because I would like to explore more on my research paper about this matter. And one of my biggest goals is to compare Indonesia's and Australia's approaches to peace building. And I would love to see the strategies, what strategies that they have been using, and then how effective they were, and then what challenges got in the way. Because even until today, until 21st September 2025, the issue is still ongoing in West Papua. And as we can see in the right side of our screens, we have the influential of both countries of West Papua. Well, Indonesia, as I've mentioned, they have more influencing in infrastructure, security matters, and also spatial autonomy. However, in Australia's side, they are more likely into diplomacy, aid assistance, and then regional forums. Moving on to the next slides, these are my research methodology. Well, I'm applying qualitative content analysis and literature review on my thesis, which is by collecting data through laws, official government reports, and academic papers. And I'm trying to make sense of the patterns of strategies, and their results are more efficient for the research. To be honest, I really wanted to apply qualitative research on my method. However, I didn't use any surveys or interviews because the access to Papua is very restricted. Because even in the country is a really in Indonesia is that the country is a really sensitive conflict. So it's really hard for international scholars, even for local scholars to receive a really deep data. So instead, I'm more focusing on analyzing documents and secondary resources. And this approach allowing me to understand the policies in the context and also comparing the Indonesians and Australian strategies very carefully. Okay, the next one will be the Indonesia's peace building efforts. In here we have the first one. It's a spatial autonomy in 2001 and revision in 2021. why do the government revise the special autonomy? Well, this special autonomy actually allowing the West Papua people to partially control their region, because currently West Papua is fully controlled by the government, Indonesian government. However, Indonesian government is allowing them to only partial, to take care part of their regions, and then it revised again on the 2021. So every 20 years it will be revised. So the second one is infrastructure and social programs, also security operations, and then challenges or obstacles. So in here, Indonesian government, they have main tool, which is again and again the spatial autonomy law, which provides funding, education, health, and infrastructure such as roads, schools, and hospitals being built. Although in the country, in the region itself, there are still a lot of huge differences, a lot of huge social differences compared to the other regions of Indonesia and then to West Papua. So even though there's a development, and then there's an infrastructure in the region, the Indonesian government, they still can't receive fully trust by the West Papua, because if you go to Jakarta, if you go to Bali, if you go to Surabaya, other part of Indonesian regions, Indonesian cities, we do not have any military operations. But however, in the West Papua, they are really fully controlled, but in certain area, they fully controlled by the military operations. Therefore, it makes West Papuan people feel uneven, feel that it's very unfair for them, because they really can't. It's really restricted their movements. And then the next one, the slide 7, we have the Australia's peace building efforts. We can see in here, this is the Asia Pacific region maps. So we, Indonesia and Australia, we are brothers, like brothers, siblings. Yes, referring to the region maps. That's why Australia, they also involved in this conflict. Well, in here, I'm highlighting the most important points, which is the first one is supports Indonesian sovereignty, and then diplomacy and regional forums, and then also supporting the education and health system, also limited direct influences. So I can conclude that Australia's approach is more behind the scenes. They are more focusing on aid and capacity building and maintaining good relations with Indonesia. However, they also do raise a human rights concerns, because in the country now, in the region, there is a really human rights concerns going on. Innocent civilians are being murdered, and then also, as we have seen that the appearance of the West Papuan people are very different compared to other Indonesian people in other regions. That's why the human rights discriminations are really ongoing in the country. That's why Australia, they're really involving in this conflict very carefully, because they don't really want to interfere in the Indonesia's sovereignty. But however, of course, Australia also still play a role in regional stability and support. So it's like this. Australia, they are in between of the Indonesian government and West Papua people. They don't really want to jeopardize themselves in the two relations. That's why they are trying to play safe, supporting the Indonesian government, however, also supporting the aid assistance to West Papua people.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Okay. I will just jump into the conclusion since
Okay.
we only have limited times. Yes.
Yes, we have limited time.
Yes, I do understand about it. All right. So to wrap up the conclusion, Indonesia focuses on development and integration. However, Australia is more careful with the diplomacy and aid. However, both have had same positive effects, but the conflicts again and again, the conflicts still roots remaining. It's still ongoing until today. So my as a scholar, as a master's degree student, my recommendations, further recommendation, it will be better if the both parties could engage the Papuan communities in inclusive dialogue because of course they also need to be part of the decision making. Also, the special autonomy should be transparent and accountable so there won't be any misunderstanding between all parties. And also for Australia, they should focus on community-based programs so people can see the benefits directly. And also, I'm hoping that there will be more research is needed on the role of the regional actors and policy evaluation. So my last sentence for this case, it will be, in the end, the peace building has been started. Okay, it has been built. However, in the case of Papua, it will really need a patience, a transparency, and a long-term commitment from all the sides of parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It was very informative and very good analysis about Papua region. Like I was also thinking about it that while arriving at some peaceful conflict resolution or peaceful measures, it's very important to incorporate them in their dialogue process as well. This is very important. If we don't have an access, we must have some sort of access to those people to incorporate them in the peace dialogues or diplomatic channels or whatever whatever you have suggested so far in this your presentation. Thank you. We have. Can you please stop sharing your next slide
Sure.
so that we have. If I apologize if I'm pronouncing the name, it's very difficult by the way, but I will try my best. It's Guilherme Fenecio Alves Macedo from Brazil. Is he here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear clearly?
Yes. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, we are listening to you. Can you please share your slides?
Yes.
So your topic is about implications for human security and environmental issues. Brazil's indigenous people, articulations, BIPA, PIPA, statements on EU, Mercioso FTA 2019 and 2025. Can you please start?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Guilherme Fenício. I'm a PhD candidate in political science at the State University of Campinas. And this work is a collaboration with a master degree colleague, Lauro Ascioli, who is PhD candidate in international relations. We are both from Brazil, and our paperwork is titled Implications for Human Security and Environmental Issues, Brazil's Indigenous People Articulations, called PIPA, Statements on European Union-Mercosur Free Trade Agreement between 2019 and 2025. So, to begin, let's contextualize our paperwork. This research actually comes from my doctoral investigation, which targeted to analyze the Brazil National Congress behavior in the negotiations surrounding the European Union Mercosur Free Trade Agreements. And we all know that this negotiation have spent for more than 2 decades. Has been marked by controversies, delays, and political shifts. And it has also generated a numerous oppositional discourse.
especially after the 2019 year, the year of the Green Deal and Brazil's environment political critical landscape under Bolsonaro's government. So these oppositional discourse have been raised considering the implications of the free trade agreements for environmental and human rights protection, especially in South America. And this paperwork also is a continuation of the how strong writings on the BIPA role and the indigenous diplomacy that played a central role in posing questions to this free trade agreement. So our primary objective is to assess the issues of human security within the positions adopted by the BIPA regarding this free trade agreement. And we have two specific objectives. The first one is to present a decolonial theoretical framework linking this briefly to current struggles involving indigenous peoples in Brazil. And the second one is systematize the coding results that we found by exploring these documents. To achieve this, we employed a qualitative research, adopting a single case study, the type of theory-oriented. And we have collected 7 official statements of this organization on their website. So we have adopted the content analysis as methodology. We part from a quantitative, qualitative tradition of content analysis. This means that we have established previously some categories and their respective nodes, their subcategories have been established intersubjectively while exploring the documents. So we part from a categorical analysis, and we developed this research supported by the Atlas TI. For taking the analysis tools, we have word frequency cloud, coding hierarchy chart, and sync diagram to showcase the associations between the categories and the documents we explored. So our hypothesis is that the BIPA's opposition to the free trade agreement emphasized its potential to undermine indigenous territorial rights and the protections of environmental reserves due to the strengthening of those economic sectors that we consider as two that are constantly undermining their rights, that they are the agribusiness and the mineral extraction sectors. So the classification we developed, we bring 3 categories. The first one is human environmental security issues, and that concerns about the social, environmental, and territorial impacts. And it's related to questions like deforestation, human rights, and territorial rights, and so on. The second one is the economic trade asymmetries issues. This actually focuses on the criticism of Brazil's peripheral position in the global trade system. And its terms is related to inequality of exchange, the depth of its the weakening of its economic structure, and so on. And the last one is the representation, solidarity, and ethnicity issues that captures the BIPA's institutional legal articulations of resistance. And this includes the calls for new legal mechanism and the efforts to build some solidarity with other global social movements. So we adopted the colonial approach as a theoretical framework. We part from the colonial epistemology from the writings of Quijano and Mignolo and Catherine Walsh that explores the usage of genealogy to showcase the structure of the power structure in Latin American countries. So based on these writings, we adopt the colonial approach in peace studies to explore the specificities of the indigenous people in Latin America that are by far taken for granted in the mainstream perspective in peacekeeping, in peace and peace studies. So we aim to show how global trade negotiations can perpetuate colonial powers. And at this case, we attempt to specifically examine the indigenous approach to peacekeep and peace building by the writings from Rogers Ginty and Kelly Mahor. So to bring the results, we showed a list of issues that we identified of these categories. The first category shows issues like indigenous land and human rights threats, the food insecurity, deforestations, the agrochemicals, and the biotechnological risks as well. Some issues of economic trade asymmetry issues like transnationalization and deindustrialization, and other representational solidarity, ethnic and ethnicity issues like the demand for financial fund and financial support and other exigencies. So the results of the data analysis, the resource that we bring, the cloud of word frequency indicates our hypothesis by the preeminence of terms like country impact, people, right, and deforestation as well. And the hierarchy graph short bar validates our hypothesis that the statements of BIPA has based fundamentally on the human environmental security issues, followed by representational solidarity and ethnicity issues, and in the last place, economic trade and asymmetry issues. And these are also a showcase of the linkage between the categories and the documents that we considered. So to end my presentation, this case study shows that BIPAS brings a representative indigenous diplomacy, sophisticated and multifaceted, based on the critique of the free trade agreement, and we also noticed the strategy adopted by the organization in terms of making efforts to demand European political parties and politicians more commitment to make sure they compromise and agree in agenda. So this study case brings the reflection on the representation gaps on the free trade agreement and how it has been such a no importance to the Brazilian government. So this is the reference, and I would like to thank you for this magnificent opportunity. And I'm now open to questions you may have.
Thank you, Guilherme. If there are any questions, kindly please come forward and ask. It was a very good presentation. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do we have Dr. Lindita?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Yes. So I'm fine. Now we have Dr. Lindita Likash, and that is from Albania.
Yes.
Can you please share your slides so that we can start our presentation?
Yes, of course. Right now, just a minute.
Your topic is International Agreement, Legal Instrument for Achieving Peace and Regulating the State of War. It is very interesting topic.
Yes. At the beginning, I want to say that I will treat something that in this panel is new, because I will treat international agreement as a legal document for achieve the peace and also conduct and regulating the state of the war.
Okay.
At the beginning, it was so important in this paper because till now, international agreement is the only document and is the only legal act that can conduct the war and can achieve the peace till now in these years. The main purpose of this paper is to present their very nature and to show that their importance is unique. International agreement constitute the main legal instrument for the peaceful resolution of conflict, the end of the state of the war, and the guarantee of long-term peace. The success of their implementation and the legal consequences for the participant parties depend always on the respect and respect the international law, international cooperation between states, and efficient mechanism for their implementation. The literature review was also in qualitative research and also in quantitative research. Part of the study will also be the agreements of the last decade reached in the states that are in conflict, such as Russia and Ukraine. International agreements that help stop war and build peace are of several types, such as peace treaties, artistic agreement, normalization agreement, non-aggression pact, and international cooperation agreement. In this paper, we will treat all of them. And to begin, international agreements are binding instruments under international law, and the Vienna Convention of Law of Treaties defines very well the concept of treaty as an international agreement conducted between states in written form and governed by international law. In that, it's written that when states conclude each such treaties, they incur legal obligations which are expected to be honored by virtue of the principle pacta sunt servanda. This is the Latin name, which is in English, all the treaties will be respected and they will be granted through the part of the treaties. This treaty obligation can regulate the wide array of wartime issues, can conclude in the conduct of hostilities, treatment of prisoners, protection of civilians, prohibition of particular weapons, and the circumstance under which use of force is allowed. It means that which law will be used in that moment. Agreement related to peace aim to stop armed conflict and to establish normal regulation between the warring parties and guarantee the non-recurrence of the conflict. And we can say that some of them are peace treaties. In the same times, we can say that peace treaties are end of armed conflict. Some of them are ceasefire agreements, temporarily or permanently stop fighting, agreements for the normalization of the relation, restore diplomatic and also economic relations between states that have been in conflict before they conclude this agreement. And in the end, the Non-Aggression Pact, which commit the parties not to use force against each other in the future for the same object of the conflict. At the first, agreement and the state the state of war. A state of war is a situation where two or more states are in open armed conflict. International agreement related to these states aim to, at first, regulate the conduct of war in accordance with international humanitarian law, in particular in the Convention of Geneva, which protect civilians and wanted. Determine the status of combatants and prisoners of war, respect the neutrality of the third states, and at the end to formalize the end of the state of war through a peace treaty. So at the end, the main objective will be to achieve the peace treaty. Legal character of these agreements in the juridical point is that the binding international agreements are legally binding of the parties that sign and ratify them. Subject or the part that can conclude this agreement are also the state and international agreements. Sometimes two or three states that are in the same part, and in the other moment some agreement concluded by the international agreements and the other state. The form can be in the form of treaty, like the legal art, the legal format, as a convention, as a protocol, as a declaration, etc. The implementation of this is supervised by international organizations such as United Nations, the International Court of Justice, etc., in part of the role and the type of the agreement. Which was the role of the international organization to conduct the war and to achieve the peace. United Nations has the mandate to maintain international peace and security. It can mediate peace agreement and impose sanction or peacekeeping missions. International Court of Justice resolves international disputes and interprets treaties when the treaties are violated by the parts. Special tribunals, such as tribunals for that was formed for Yugoslavia and tribunal for Rwanda, which prosecute violation of the humanitarian law. Overview of the legal instrument in Russia between the conflict Russia and Ukraine. We all know that the conflict intensified with Russia's in 2022 full-scale invasion. There were numerous legal and diplomatic efforts to mediate the crisis and mix of formal treaties, informal agreement, and also unilateral action was made in that moment. The focus of this conflict is that legibility, effectiveness, and political impact to achieve with the agreement that both two countries, Russia and Ukraine, will conduct. There are some agreements, Minsk Agreement and Black Sea Gain Initiative. Both of them were failed due to violation and due to disturb, and the other end, the Russia that can't implement the agreement, and United Nations that always wants that Russia will respect the agreement. Some agreements were made on energy and maritime ceasefire in this year, in 2025. Informal ceasefire with strategic impact brought with United States, Arabia Saudita as host, and enabled safer Black Sea navigation linked to partial sanction relief on Russian export. and in the other party from the Russia, bilateral treaties that are violated from Russia was in 1997, and the treaty friendship and the border treaty, and also when in 2014 West Russia annexed Crimea, and in 2022 as an invasion violated both. For the end of this conflict, I can say that this security guarantee to Ukraine in the other end, and all the sanctions for the Russia was denied the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice, and the other and not respect and not implement the treaties, the peace treaties, and not to support the long mechanism to achieve peace between them, between Russia and between Ukraine. Legal and political challenges for this act, with this international act, such as international agreement, are that these are complex and fragmented legal landscape. These international agreement, formal treaties coexist and informal understanding for both of parties. Implementation often undermined by politics and force. The key challenge is to reconcile sovereignty, peace, and to make justice. No comprehensive peace deal as of September 2025 in this day that we, and in this international conference that we are discussing about it. And at the end, what international law do and what can't do international law. So what is the role of the international agreement to achieve peace and to conduct the war? Law offer homeworks, but not guarantee homeworks for the party. Some agreements failed. Other created opens for diplomacy and other relationship for the states. Territorial integrity remains non-negotiable for Ukraine, and post-war justice and long-term security still evolving in the other years that came. Thank you. This is a round table to show that always the states with their representative can make the best, so they can conduct the war and they can achieve the peace. Only for to implement the international agreement that they have signed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Linta. It was very important presentation as far as when we are talking about resolving different conflicts in the world and build the peace. Thank you. If there are any questions, please.
I'm waiting if there is someone.
If there is any question. Okay. So thank you, Dr. Linta. We don't have any questions. Thank you for the presentation. Now we will move forward. Do we have Eroela Kakarani from Albania? Do we have the last presenter of this session?
I think not.
Okay. So thank you all. Congratulations to the ESI postdoctoral team, the directors, to conduct this international conference, which was very important as far as peace building is concerned, international conflicts are concerned, or any pedagogical or education or any sort of which was related to this Peace Day. Thank you. And it was I was honored to be trusted with this responsibility to chair the session and also present my paper. Looking forward for such international conferences in the future as well. Thank you.
Okay, let me just thank you in the behalf of the European Scientific Institute. Thank you all for your attendance. It was truly inspiring to have participants joining us from different countries and even different time zones. So your academic contributions and reflections in the name of peace are just showing the importance of the dialogue, the cooperation, the shared knowledge. And this is exactly what the world needs today, a collective academic voice committed to building peace. So once again, thank you for the participation. All the best to you.
Thank you.